Alrighty, looks like we're live. Hello, hello. Where's the music?
Where's the meat?
The music. Not the meat.
Where's the meat?
Eating is for after the stream. The remote still doesn't want to work. Need new batteries.
Man, Capcom, I'm gonna need some more pictures of this new monster.
I'm surprised there's not more fan art of it already. He's already been out for like 2 days.
I saw a few, but there's not much. Let's see how you spell that.
All I've seen so far is that GIF and the
Oops, maps.
the other thing.
Show me, where's the Namielle?
Where is the Elder?
Where is it? Where is it?
He's in downtown Dallas.
Apparently.
It just won't listen.
Forget your music. Okay. Oh, this one's got some decent lighting.
Any idea where the other thing went? The other chiggery dude that handles the TVs, the remote, that thing?
Oh, the dude that handles the TVs.
The doodad, not dude.
Oh, I have not seen the other remote in a minute.
We already lost it. Alright, well, while you get started, which you should, I'm going to go ahead and get to work on getting the link for the video out there. Let's see here.
Background color, I guess. Do something similar to how it looks on the promo thingy.
I do like your Nitro Toad.
Yay.
Those are some of my favorite buddies from the game, because
Yeah, I like them too.
they save me all the time, and they do a good amount of damage. If you actually get the monsters in them, they do a good spot. Yeah, the dung beetles are good too.
I should have put him on blue. He looks better with the blue than he does with the green. Nice. Anyway. Goodbye. The yellow will not be.
Actually, yeah, that looks kind of cool with him just like faded into the background there.
Yeah, the yellow refuses to go away.
It's still saying no. Did you not put him on the correct layer?
Oh, there it goes. Yeah, it was just lagging. Alright.
Yeah, if you can find the soundtrack for Iceborne down south yet, that'd be complete.
Oh, this will go through a bunch of stuff.
So from what I can
I
tell,
don't think they've released too much on Iceborne just yet, though.
he's like a triangle-faced dragon with really, really big wings.
Yeah.
Like that.
So this is your mess, your hot mess,
A hot mess.
and then you're gonna refine it and tighten it up, make it better with each layer.
Yeah, it was actually supposed to be a joke. I was going to draw him like really itty bitty with just these ridiculous huge wings, but he actually came out looking about the right proportion, so it didn't work. His wings were just that big. Let's see, we can do better than this one.
I wonder if Namielle has any hashtags. Doesn't look like it.
Not been around long enough. Let's see. So he needs to hang out with a cat too. So how are we gonna figure that? His face is so small. And then the feelers.
I think the lights he's got are actually his most unique features. That and all
Yeah.
of his whiskers.
Yeah, it makes me think of, there's like, what do you call it, bioluminescent jellyfish or whatever.
Yeah. There's also his head kind of looks like a bomber shape almost.
Makes me think of like a manta ray or something. Looks like he's got little hands on the end of his wing doodads.
Oh, on the ends of his wings. I was gonna say little hands, like
that? Oh, I'm in the way. 10 hands. See?
oh, you know what? They're probably little stingers like a jellyfish.
Maybe. On jellyfish,
They
they're
look-
like microscopic though.
They look like little hooks.
Yeah. Little grabby hands.
I'm still sharing this to all the feeds.
Where's his tail?
I need to figure out how they set up a stream board to where you can just have a set of buttons next to you, and you just press a button and you can design. You can actually say what you can write out a program of what it does.
That would be awesome.
That's what That's like what the pro streamers do. They'll have a little board, and this button shares it to all their social media.
He's got like little fins on his arms. It's cute.
Instead of fur, he's got fin. It kind of looks like.
It makes me think of like the Sahagin in Final Fantasy.
It makes me think of what like Janoga has.
A little
He's
bit.
got those claw, what are they? Like blue and yellow claw things on his elbows.
He looks like he would swim okay.
Okay.
I don't know about those wings, but based on his legs, it looks like he'd swim well. Are we going to be able to swim? Is that why there's a water elder?
I don't think they're bringing back. I think they would have announced that by now
Yeah, I really doubt it.
if they were bringing back water combat.
I miss it though. It was cumbersome at first, but when you get used to it, it was really fun.
Yeah, I liked it, especially with Lance.
I kind of want to draw him doing like a doggo sit. And with his kitty. And a cat.
Facebook is always such a pain to post anything to.
Is it?
Yeah, they make it difficult. You like need an actual link. Everything else you can just hit share and boom, you go straight to it. Oh, so you've already planned your cat?
Yeah, I'm still doing a thing.
What you could do is, since he's got these big things on his head,
Mm-hmm.
you could have a couple of cats hanging off of them on the sides.
That's an idea.
He's an elder, so it wouldn't be unfair if he got 2 cats versus the usual one that most people get. People, monsters. They're people too, right?
They're people too.
I think it's probably going to take a little while for everyone to get used to our new Wednesday time. We've been Tuesday for like a year and a half, and then now we're
Yeah.
Wednesday, so.
Suddenly Wednesdays. I'm gonna have to make him much smaller if his wings are gonna fit and look great. He does have a lot of room on his head though. Maybe I'll just put the cat up there. He could be doing a regular pose.
You're deleting all that?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do something different. I like your idea of putting them on his head.
Okay. So you're going to bring it in a little closer then, or?
I think I'm gonna do something a little more serious looking and then just plop a cat on his forehead.
Okay. Your theme for these so far hasn't been very serious, though.
No. But he's like an elder and stuff.
So he's got to be serious because he's old?
Yeah. Yeah, he's got such nice colors.
It looks like they tried to mix in a bit of fur. I can't tell if that's like fuzzy areas because of the bioluminescence or if it's actual fur.
Kind of looks like jelly.
Maybe it is jelly.
I think he's a jelly elder.
He's the Jello Dragon.
Mm-hmm.
You see how long his mustache is, though?
Yeah, it goes like...
Way down there.
It's like the length of his body. I don't know what his tail does, though. I don't see a tail.
He looks like an elder Mizutsune for the most part that grew
Yeah.
wings to me.
Yeah, extra fancy Mizu.
Oh, yeah, because I'm posting this. I need to bring it up.
I'm still trying to post to the Facebook.
Mm-hmm. Facebook is just such a pain in the butt.
I only have one reference to work with, so I'm trying to figure out a different pose to have him do that doesn't show his tail because I don't know what it looks like.
I think that's the difficulty of being doing art of brand new things, because you have little to no reference to work with, so it's a lot of
Yeah.
improvisation.
Yeah, all the monsters so far I've been like really familiar with. And I can find pictures of them from like all angles. So I sort of gotta stick with something similar to what he's doing here. He's sort of Lagiacrus shaped a little bit. I wonder if they're gonna bring Lagiacrus back.
They're supposed to bring Lagiacrus back, but I think this guy's gonna use... I think he's gonna use the Fatalis skeleton. I don't think he's gonna be so much like Lagiacrus.
Maybe I'll draw him just chilling, like laying down.
Yeah, you could draw him like just kind of laying down like the others do when you're right before you blow him up.
Yeah.
Alrighty, one more post. And then we'll be good. Wonder if you can hear the locusts. They're going crazy out there.
I think I was curious about that at the beginning of the summer and watched one of our streams after the fact, and I think you could.
Next time he makes noise, I'll have to keep an eye on the mic mix and see.
Is his face that long? Maybe I should draw his face shape and then his face wings. Face. I don't know what to call those. And since we've been getting into cosplay lately, all of our feeds on like Instagram and whatnot, all the cosplay.
Yeah, it's crazy how social media links everything. Like, you do one post for cosplay, and all of a sudden, boom, like, hundreds of channels appear in your feed.
What is his face shape from the side?
Maybe I should do a couple posts on, like, woodworking or other stuff that could help us with the cosplay. Maybe we'll find some more resources for how to.
Do you think his forehead swoops inward or is more rounded?
More rounded?
So I can only see.
Hey, what's going on, audience?
What hello?
I like your name. It makes it real easy to say.
Audience member 1.
I'm speaking to the entire audience when I speak to you. But yeah, we're trying to figure out how he works because, you know, they've released only like 2 pictures so far. So we're trying to figure out exactly like what he's made out of. But he really looks like he's made out of jelly. He is the jellyfish dragon.
Yeah, like when you look at his belly, it's got that kind of jello sheen to it.
He's got like...
I think his face is like flatter than that.
His face is really flat when you look at it. Like, he almost looks like he has a bomber for a face. Like, his head is like a... It's like a stealth bomber on a neck.
But then he's got these wing things. Let's see. They kind of come out here.
Hey, what's going on, Dave? How you doing this week, bro?
Hey-haw.
We're actually drawing some really current content for once.
Look at us go.
There's almost no frickin' art out on this creature yet.
Or reference pictures.
Yeah, the spoiler monster. I was just saying it looks like his head looks like a bomber, like a stealth bomber, with a neck underneath of it. But it does look like a spoiler too. Like, it almost looks like you could take his head off and strap it onto your arm while you're rocking an insect glaive. It looks like one of the bugs. It'd be cool if they actually make a kinsect that looks like his head. Now I'm looking at it, it would be perfect for it.
Yeah, I really like his design, like the lights and the jellyfish textures and the kind of like layered fish scale look. Really makes me think of like the scales on the Sahagin.
Oh, from Final Fantasy?
Yeah. Or like something out of like Aquaman or something.
Yeah, he does kind of look like a Marvel movie monster, doesn't he? Like, he kind of like one of those that would be just rampaging through the city, waiting for the Hulk to come knock him out.
Why are his eyes like up?
Oh man, I can hardly think of Marvel right now without thinking about how the internet is just going crazy about Sony and Marvel right now, and Spider-Man.
He's got a lot going on under his chin. I don't know what all that's about. Why are his eyes so close to his nose, though? Like, he's got all this head stuff going on, and then his eyes are, like, way up here.
It looks like there's gonna be a lot, like, all of his face and everything. Like, his eyes are here, you see?
Mm-hmm.
They're right there.
Yep.
So he's got...
Way up here.
But his mouth actually goes pretty far underneath the spoiler. Like, if you look at it...
Spoiler.
That's Dave's term.
Yeah,
But it fits. I mean...
it does.
So, the mouth, it looks like his head. Like, when he opens his mouth, it looks like it'll be pretty terrifying. Oh, yeah, audience. I saw, I feel like I'm suddenly talking to the entirety of everyone here, but I am. But so, are you talking about the GIF, right? The one that's got the rave GIF, where it's got him and his lights going and all the Wigglers and the Wiggler Mask Hunter underneath of it.
Yeah, I love that.
They made that in like an hour. Like, that was on Reddit like within an hour. I don't see how people are so quick with it. NCH Animations is pretty dang fast.
He's got like 30 chins. What's going on here?
Huh? What?
What is all that?
I don't think those are chins. I think that's more jello. I think
He's got,
it's
like,
jello.
this-
Oh, it's jello all the way up to here. He's got a really, really tiny, like, lower jaw. Almost like a snake's lower jaw. You know, it's just really thin and long.
Hmm. Let's see. See, I'll make that even thinner. Yeah. Yeah, that looks better. That looks more accurate. Hey, it's got like this little mane of lit up fishy shaped things.
Oh, you mean all of his little, like, jellyfish reachers?
These dudes on the
Yeah.
side here?
Yeah, they're like the jellyfish feelers.
Hmm.
They go out from his head.
And he's got these fun little feelers coming out of his chin. So cute.
All the feelers are the LED lights.
Man, I bet his gear's gonna be great.
Yeah, I think his gear is going to be awesome. I like anything with a lot of lighting on it. I wonder if it'll have like a moving texture too. Like if the lights will have a moving texture, or if maybe the jelly will have a moving texture.
That would be cool.
Hey, Audio, what's going on? How have you been, man?
Oh, hello.
I know we haven't been on the game too much lately. We've just been busy in the Foam Forge, and last weekend was convention weekend, so we've just been indisposed.
Watering the plants, doing the dailies, and go.
Yeah, we pretty much get on 14 for like an hour each evening and work on it, and then we're off doing other stuff. It's kind of nice to take a break from the gaming, though, since we've got so much big stuff coming out. Like, next week, or maybe the week after, really soon, August 30th is going to be Astral Chain, and then immediately, like, right around that time, too, maybe 2 days before, I think, Deus Ex Machina. Hey, Rick, how's it going? You doing alright tonight, bro?
Woo. You doing that comfortable sit?
I know, right, audience? Means, he's saying that, the
Yeah.
rainbow shader with his gear will be crazy.
Yeah, that's gonna be fantastic.
Like, I wonder what I hope the rainbow shader is the solid parts of it, and then his lights are just, like, naturally rainbow.
Double rainbow.
It's like, you're gonna be wondering, where are my frames? Why are my frames dipping so bad? Well, it's your gear.
Let's see, how can I make his back legs look really comfy? No.
His legs are so
Maybe.
stubby.
I know, I love him. They're
like-
so cute. He's like a little ferret.
I think he's supposed to look kind of similar, like a mix of jellyfish and the Loch Ness Monster.
Oh, yeah.
Because his body looks like what you generally see with the Loch Ness Monster. It's just got, instead of straight fins, he's got like these finny claws going on.
Wrong tool.
So, did you guys all see the developer blog too? All the changes they're going to be making, as well as, of course, Namielle here, which is exciting. And the Brachydios gameplay. Man, the Brachydios gameplay made me happy.
Yeah, I'm really glad they're bringing Bracky.
Oh, you're over in Germany right now, Audio? Dang, so you're getting to travel a bit. Get that travel bug out of you before all these big games come out. Go out, see the world a little bit, do some exploring, and then come back and sit in the house exploring video games. I really enjoy that I think it's cool that the dev blogs have actually been so good at communicating everything they're changing with the game to all of the customers, all the players. It's like they're actually admitting there are some problems with the game. They're not afraid to admit it, but they are letting us know that they're working on it. That that communication with players, I think, is really going to be one of the things that carries Monster Hunter for the long run. Are you actually going to Gamescom audio? I just remembered that you were that Gamescom was in Germany, and I was thinking maybe I should ask, but since you brought it up. We've been wanting to go to a gaming convention, something similar to E3 or something big like that, but we talk about it and then we never commit to it.
We did go to one here, but it was itty bitty.
Oh, that's awesome. So you're actually there. If you get any video or anything audio, throw it in the Discord. I think you should be able to put some video in there. I need to make like a miscellaneous tab or something like that in the Discord.
Even in the main, I think everyone will be interested.
Yeah, I mean, feel free to throw stuff like that in general, though, because, I mean, yeah, we could take a look at it. You should be able to post it. Yeah, you can, because Mark actually posted his stuff from his software convention that he did. The developers software developers thing.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, okay. Ned, what's going on?
Well, hello.
Hey, you're here quite on time tonight. It's good to see you. What are you up to tonight? Anything going on? There's a lot of like really subtle color to Namielle. Like he's got like
I'm gonna make that not so subtle.
he's like he really comes across like a bioluminescent deep sea creature.
Yeah.
Like, you know how they seem like they have almost like a darker
no.
sort of exoskeleton, not an exoskeleton, but something like darker colors over, and you can see the light hues like bleeding out from underneath.
Yeah, I've seen a jellyfish that has a really similar color scheme, I think. Or I feel like I have. But what do the top of his wings look like? They're cut off. Oh no.
Were his wings in the other picture at all?
Other picture. This one?
No, that other one you had pulled up. The other one was actually really good.
That was this one.
Oh, it was?
Yeah. None else.
Hey.
I'm gonna have to use my imagination.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's artist's interpretation right there. They don't want to give us a full dragon picture. That means you can make his wings be whatever you want. So, go to town. I imagine they're probably quite round, probably similar to the top of a jellyfish, is what I would think. Like soft and has like a nice, like mushroom kind of curvature to it. Is what I would picture. But I mean, no one can say you're wrong at this point in time, at least.
Yeah, that's true. When the game comes out, maybe people will be mad. Like, hey, that doesn't look right.
Oh, it's 2 to 3 a.m. there? So you've been at the convention all day then, audio, and you're just like, were you just hanging out late at night?
That, what do you call it? Jet lag, though.
Yeah, jet lag sucks when you're going that far around the world.
Doesn't seem like audio sleeps very much anyway, so maybe that's not too much of a thing.
Yeah, I tend to be on the not sleeping so much train too, especially lately.
Man, I need my sleep. I had to get up at like 4:30 this morning. Oof. I'm not cool with it.
Casually fangirling over some anime characters. Who are you looking at this week, Ned? Are we still on L and Nier, or has any other? Have you got any new interests lately? Any new series you're checking out?
Yeah, it seemed like it. I need to learn how to do this so I can fit more games into my schedule.
Oh, if you guys hear a mysterious third voice, that's because my nephew is over here tonight.
No, I'm not.
I asked if he wanted me to pull out an avatar for him so he could sit with us and talk, but he's a little shy. So.
Are you shy now?
So we've got like a pseudo guest kind of person in the room.
Have you watched Darling in the Franxx?
Yeah, we've watched Darling in the Franxx. It was good till about the middle. And then it kind of just went bleh. General consensus on Darling in the Franxx is that it ends at episode 14 or 15. I can't quite remember. I think it was 14. It was really good till it wasn't. Sebastian and CL. Trying to think of a good one that you guys might like.
They're rebooting Fruits Basket. It's good.
Yeah, Sash likes Fruit Basket if you like deities turned human and put into a bunch of really weird, awkward situations with a human.
It's really sweet.
Yeah, it seemed like a pretty nice, wholesome kind of series.
Yeah, very wholesome.
There just wasn't quite enough. It wasn't dark enough for me. It was a little too gushy.
Yeah, I don't think I enjoyed it as much when it came out, but I can appreciate it more now. You doing a comfy sit?
Your hair is taking up residence in your mouth, Ned?
Oh no. That does not sound delicious.
So, audio, what are some of the cool things you're seeing out of Gamescom? Tell us more. Any cool floor displays or anything? Because I know
Oh yeah.
I remember they had Velkhana at E3. Is Velkhana out there at the Gamescom? Because Gamescom was actually pretty small until recently. It's really, I think it's kind of been getting more popular based on the decline of E3. As E3 seems to get less and less popular, Gamescom is one of those conventions that's actually been growing in popularity. Kind of like a Tokyo Game Show.
I love Tokyo Game Show. It seems to favor the Japanese developers.
Well, Tokyo is in the name.
Yeah, right. So, more stuff that I care about.
I mean, E3 is... It's pretty much our version. The West's version of Tokyo Game Show.
Oh man, so you can see that in person?
Oh, allergies are no fun, Ned.
Oh yeah, I get those bad. I feel your pain.
Yeah, Sash has to do eye drops and stuff regularly. Hopefully you don't get them all that bad to where you need aloe or one of them big allergy pills.
Yeah, if you do ever have issues with allergy eyes, I can highly recommend aloe. But don't maybe talk to a doctor or something, just in case of allergy symptoms. I'm not a doctor.
Yeah, no medical advice should be taken from streamers ever. I'm just gonna put that out there. Unless they're actually a doctor, maybe. Maybe then.
Yeah, I mean there are some YouTuber doctors.
So audio on Velkhana's statue, do the eyes look as derpy as the pictures? Because because Velkhana is this big, beautiful dragon with all this white and blue, looks majestic, looks really nice to look at. But when you look at the eyes are oblong and bright yellow, and they have huge pupils. It really looks, to me, the pictures make him look like he just looks silly in the face.
I don't know why, in general, I don't like how they do the eyes on all the monsters. They're either really small and beady, or awkwardly placed in the face, or just, I don't like them.
An audience member there has really
yes. Yeah,
yes,
that is a great method.
just make sure that your honey is local, like audience said. It has to be local, otherwise you're going to end up, getting adjusted to allergies from another area, and it could potentially make things worse.
I don't know if it would hurt, but it wouldn't have the same beneficial effects. It's just gonna be delicious.
I mean, I almost wish I had at least mild allergies. I'm thankful I don't really get them at all, but that would be one of the benefits, is you'd have an excuse to eat local honey, like, all the time.
Yeah, I like to mix it into peanut butter and just eat it.
If anyone is like, why are you eating all this honey, Roy? What is wrong with you? Well, allergies. That's what's wrong with me.
Allergies say I get to eat honey.
I think I'm allergic to humans too.
Yeah, I think most of us have a bit of an allergy to humanity in general. I mean, I like all you guys. I love all you guys. But when it comes to real people, usually there's a little bit of there's a couple speed bumps to get over there.
Yeah, I just forget how to be a person second I see somebody in their actual face.
Well, if you being an alien explains it, then hey, maybe we should go ahead and get the invasion going, right?
Sounds good to me.
We'll just rush on into Area 51 and get more Nidlets out of there.
Let's do it.
Making the world a better place, one alien Ned at a time. It looked like it had no eyes audio. Maybe they actually looked on the internet, and maybe there were a lot of people that thought the eyes looked stupid. They were like, how do we fix this? I don't know, just pluck them suckers off there. They just
No eyes.
It looked like in the pictures I saw, it really looked like he had yellow googly eyes. Like someone just went up to a Michael's or an arts and crafts store, got some yellow googly eyes, and threw them on this otherwise awesome statue. One sec.
Oh,
I need to make an adjustment. My cat's looking off that way too much.
And you're kind of in the desk.
Yes, I'm a desk head right now. There we go. Ha.
yeah. Okay.
When my cat's head drops into my desk and I look like a turtle, that means that I'm getting close to the camera.
Help!
Ned needs help.
Ned's singing the song of her Area 51 people. Don't worry, September 20th, I think, is what it was. I mean, I only saw a bazillion memes on it. I should have it burned into my memory. Yeah, I think it's just around the corner. It's less than a month away. Then family reunion time. Probably at the cost of a lot of lives. Yeah, I think that's the one I'm thinking about, audio, is the one they had at E3. His eyes are yellow, which is like, it's complete contrast to the rest of his body. Like, he's blue and white. Looks really nice. I mean, I guess they wanted you to be like, hey, look at this. You can see his eyes. They wanted him to stand out from the body. But I don't think yellow was the color, and the pupils are really, really big. So he just looks kind of silly. Oh, you posted a pic on Discord? Let me see if yours is any different.
Let's see. Oh, Velcana?
Yeah.
Oh, let me see.
Oh, that's the Velcana statue. Yeah, okay.
Oh,
that's why we
the
got
one
mixed.
that's
Yeah, that's why we were mixed up. I thought you were talking about the life-size E3 one. That's the one I think looks derpy.
Yeah, they gave him like purple eyes for that one. I think it looks nice.
Do you, since you were actually there, audio, do they have anywhere on it if it's a creator's model? Because I think both Dave and I are really chomping at the bit wondering if this is a creator's model or not. It does look nice, though. That looks like a creator's model to me. the way the stand is done, they even
Yeah,
use the
that's
clear
tough.
post to hold him up. That definitely looks like it's a creator's model. So Ned, let's get back to talking about a possible anime series for you guys. So if they liked Death Note,
There's one that is not anything like Death Note, but it's done by the same artist and writer about some mangaka. Bakuman, I think it was called.
Bakuman, yeah, that one was actually pretty good.
It's got an anime, but I think the manga was probably better. I think the animation was pretty bad.
Well, I mean, Death Note was really good. Really well animated for its time. But if you look at it, if you compare it to what Ned and Cream Pop could be watching right now, it's not gonna be up there. But I mean, it's obvious that they like quality story and characters over, you know, fancy animation. So
yeah, it just came out more recently, but the animation's worse than Death Note. So I don't know what studio they got to animate it, but it didn't look good.
They were on that budget though.
Yeah. Maybe it gets better. I don't know. I've only watched the first couple episodes, but I was reading the manga and really liked it, and then I was sort of disappointed by the anime. Let's see.
Oh, so that's probably something they more want to actually like check out the manga on.
Probably. I'm trying to think of a good anime, because that's probably not a good suggestion if the anime was bad.
Oh, you've got his legs like stretched out behind him, kind of like Milo does when he stretches out.
Mm-hmm. He's doing an extra comfy. I don't know how he lays down yet, so he's gonna lay down however I feel like.
The legs look interesting. They're just like these sticks. They're so thin compared to him.
Nah, this is all leg. That's just his where the wing connects to it, because it goes all the way back. Like his leg is that, not this.
Oh, you met the directors of Monster Hunter Audio? Did you get them to sign anything? I would have probably bought that Velcana figure and be like, sign this. You know, just kind of smash your hand through the glass, pull it out of there, be like, sign this, please. Maybe leave like a $100 bill behind, maybe $200, pay for the glass. All right, Ned.
There was one that I watched a while back that was kind of similar a little bit to... I never finished Black Butler, but it sort of gave me the same vibes, I guess. I think it was like Inu Cross Boku or X Boku, I don't know.
Inu X Boku, yeah.
Yeah.
I know one you guys would like, Ned. What is it? The crazy dude with the glasses.
Trigun?
Not Trigun. He's a nerd in school, but he's basically... He makes everything seem cool. Remember
What?
Catching the Bee?
Catching the Bee? What?
Like the first episode, he catches the bee, gets it out of the classroom.
I know which one you're talking
Oh,
about.
Sakamoto.
Sakamoto, yeah.
Yeah, Sakamoto.
Have you heard of Sakamoto or something like that? I forget what the anime is called.
Oh, yeah, like, haven't you heard? My name is
Yeah.
Sakamoto, I
Yeah,
think is
something
the
like that.
English name of it. That one is hilarious, and I'm sure you guys would love the characters, especially Sakamoto himself.
Haven't you heard I'm Sakamoto?
Yeah, haven't you heard? I'm Sakamoto.
Yep.
I mean, to be honest, 90 is about the average that you'll probably spend on a creator's model. So now that I know it's a creator's model, I gotta get my hands on it. So that sucks. It's good, but also sucks, because money.
Yep. Because money.
I hope they make I really actually hope they do a creator's model for Namielle here. Because while I'm not a big fan of the name Namielle, the design of him is really cool.
Yeah, he's fantastic. I think he looks really cool. I'm doing it. I'm doodling. He looks so serious, and then I'm gonna put a cat on his head, and then like, does he even know it's there? It's gonna be great.
I mean, how the cat's gonna be barely visible because of the scale you've drawn him at.
Maybe the cat will be big, or secret cat. I don't know. I don't know, man. His wings are too big. I had to draw him small.
I say put him right on the back of the neck, riding him. Paw in the air with a hammer in the air. Yeah.
Actually, are they near water? Are you gonna draw them near water? Because you could always draw like one of the cats sitting on his head, casting a line out, like they're fishing. Like if he's like sitting next to the water or in the water.
I like key smashing too. What?
Some of the pictures, Ned's.
I never finished Black Butlers. I'm so confused.
Yeah, that's the biggest reason I'd want to go audio. I'd have to take some stuff when I meet him. Be like, can you sign this?
In this?
And this? And this? But nah, I'd actually be interested in picking their brain on the development process in a few cases. Exclusive demos would be cool too. How crowded is it out there right now, audio? There are a lot of people? It's tea time.
Always tea time.
So have you been out to Gamescom before, audio? Sounds like it's something you've been to before. We go to anime conventions all the time, but we've never been to an actual game convention, I hate to say.
We went to Let's Play.
Well, we did go to Let's Play, but it's not like an electronics expo though, like that.
Yeah, no, it's itty bitty. But
Let's-
there was some special Borderlands stuff there.
Yeah, we actually got to meet all the most of the devs for the Borderlands team, as well as the voice actors. The voice actor for Handsome Jack is a hilarious dude. Like him and the voice actress for Gage. She also plays Makoto from Persona 5. They really brought their panel to life. Like, they added a lot of liveliness to their panel. Oh, so you get out there quite a bit then, audio. When it comes to getting out of the country so far, would be Australia, Japan, Mexico, Canada. Hawaii is not out of the country, Roy. Yeah, that would be it. Oh, I like that picture of him with the cat. Even though the cat's jacking his face up.
What did he do to the cat?
The cat did no wrong. It has to be him that's wrong.
Yeah. Cats do no wrong. Do they, Milo? No.
Is Milo even here?
No.
Who are you talking to? Like, what?
Milo's downstairs.
I am curious what the Iceborne music is going to be like. I'm glad that they're going to have Glavenus' theme back. Glavenus' combat theme is one of my favorites. Glavenus and Zenogre, who I'm also I'm really hoping they show Zenogre and Legiacris in the next couple weeks.
They got a few things out already. Got some of the themes.
For Iceborne?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I actually heard Velcanis. It seemed pretty nice. I think out of all of them, though, Zenogre or Glavenus would probably be my favorite.
All the way.
But yeah, Ned, you guys should go check out if you haven't yet. Haven't you heard? I'm Sakamoto.
Pretty funny.
Trying to think of some other ones that are actually similar to like Black Butler.
Yeah, because Sakamoto is not real serious. It's just kind of funny.
For right now, audience, it is a hobby. We wouldn't mind making making it a part of a career, but it seems like it's quite hard to get into. We normally do requests for audience members, viewer members. Well, your name's got. But yeah, for our viewers, we usually do requests. Like these haven't been requested. These are because we're trying to just get in the mood for Monster Hunter Iceborne. So we've been doing a different monster every week leading up to the game. We do actually have a couple commissions after we're done with the Monster Hunter project, which is a first for us, so we'll see where it goes, but for now, just a hobby.
Oh, goodbye, face. Why is it so large?
Have they showed any kind of movement for the new guy here, Audio, out there at Gamescom? Have they showed anything for like any combat or gameplay at all from Namielle? So what is this kitty gonna be doing? Are you gonna give him some reins? Or are you gonna have him holding on to one of his whiskers?
I was thinking about that, but I think I'm gonna give him a fishing pole.
Okay, so you're gonna have him fishing?
Yeah. 'Cause people might think it's like disrespectful to this elder if he's like, looks like he's driving him or something. They buddies. They not.
I know we're all about like animal welfare and all, but this is a creature that all of us are highly looking forward to kind of killing the crap out of.
Yeah, Monster Hunter's weird like that.
I mean, we look at this monster and it's like, ooh, it's cool and everything, but one of the biggest parts of the appeal is one of the first things you think of is what? What can I make out of this dude?
I've never worn
Okay.
with a fluffy bat.
That gear's gonna be amazing.
But you did still die.
I mean, right, Dave? It's like the very first thing I look at when I look at a monster is like, what's the gear gonna be like? Is it gonna be fluffy, scaly, spiky? Is it gonna be slick? Is it gonna be cool? Is it gonna look like it's hot? Am I gonna look like a Buick or a Maserati?
How can I make this look obviously like a fishing pole?
I would go with not the black. I would go with either a bamboo color or a beige and make it look like a bamboo pole. That's how you make it look obvious.
Oops. I just put a reel on it though.
Or you could have him like pulling it up and make it more of a curvature and have it going into the water and actually like have some water animation going on down below so you can actually see that it's fishing. Like make the cat look like he's pulling up something. A little, maybe some sweat drops and everything. Make him look like he's struggling.
Let's see. Just move him over a little bit. We can put some water over here.
Yeah, Dave, I think
Oopsie.
if I'm gonna relate going by my own hype on this, I'm really excited to see how monsters that I'm used to, some of my favorites, like Brachydios is a big one for me, Barioth is another big one, Glavenus. Those three are like really, really exciting to me. I've always loved those guys. I can't wait to see how they adapt to the world, like combat system. You know, the way the world interacts with them, the way like because you know hunters in Monster Hunter World feel more heavy, more, I don't know how to really say it, not clunky, just more like there's more weight to everything in World.
Yeah, there's like a slight delay, I guess, in when you input stuff.
Yeah, like more grounded, like it's got more impact. Everything seems to be more like hit harder and be more serious than like, I guess maybe because of the shading and the textures and the fact you actually the world in Monster Hunter World has such an impact on combat. You know, you look at the old Monster Hunters or the other Monster Hunters, and you can climb up and down, get them trapped in the webbing and such, but there's just not quite as much as you can do in World. I mean, there's the nets, there's all the hidden traps, there's the ambient life that can change a battle, like the sleep toads,
The floor
paratoads.
is like never totally flat. It's always got like a slight hill or...
Yeah, there's a lot of angular topography, you know, verticality to everything. I just look forward to seeing my favorites and see how they handle the new world. Yeah, exactly, Dave. The dude from Black Butler loves cats so much, but they don't love him. Oh,
Azumagadeo.
yeah, Ned. If you guys like, if you like characters like that, I totally forgot. Azumangadeo. If you haven't seen it, definitely be up your alley. It's all chicks, so I mean, fangirling might be a little bit different on it, but it's hilarious. Great slice of life anime, and the characters are to die for.
Ain't they funny?
We were actually just talking about Bakuman.
Yeah, that's the manga one, right?
Yeah, it's about the mangaka.
I haven't gotten real far into the animation, but the quality of the animation was sort of meh. I don't know if it was because of the streaming site that I was using, but I didn't get very far into it. Does it get any better?
When did
Shonen Jack.
when did you watch this? I can't help but ask.
A couple of years ago?
We're talking a
started
couple
watching it?
years ago, or like 2012?
No, like maybe last year.
Okay, because streaming
Recently.
sites, you shouldn't have any problems with streaming sites. Like, even the pirating sites are like top notch. You can
I
get
was
10.
watching it on Hulu, but it like was weird on Hulu.
Oh, yeah.
It was like grainy.
Your connection sucked, I guess.
Yeah, the animation is just pretty low quality, but I really liked reading the manga, so I hope. Yeah, the animation is weak. It's
I mean,
weak.
if you really look at it, like, I'm trying to think. Oh, and there's my brain derailing. I tried to think too hard.
Quest failed.
Oh yeah, the quest fails. It came up as soon as I lost the music for quest fail came up as soon as I lost my thought, and I was like, oh.
I thought it came up and distracted you.
Maybe it did. Maybe that was it. I automatically relate that music to failure, so it's like whatever I'm doing currently, if that music comes up, I've just failed it.
Oh, I made it 0.
How is that one audio? I've actually been thinking about watching that one. That's the Isekai where he goes into it's kind of like Shield Hero, but don't they take like his whole class into another world, or is that the one where he actually has to like consume the monsters and he goes from being really weak to really strong?
Is that Wii game?
No,
Last Story or whatever.
RF Ferretta, from Commonplace to World's Strongest. Yeah, we like animation to be good and all, but yeah, I'd say a lot of our favorites don't really have the greatest animation.
Yeah, not necessarily. I mean, I'll watch something for if the animation's good enough, even if the story's not that great. If it looks good enough, I'll watch it. I don't care.
So is that a pretty good one, audio, would you say? Like, comparing it to all the other isekai that have been coming out? I've seen clips of it. And I was up mostly, I'll be honest, the reason I was interested in watching it is because when I hear of any game or anime or anything where the main character has to get stronger by eating others, it automatically piques my interest because I really love Digital Devil Saga and that whole survival of the fittest, dog eat dog world kind of thing. When that comes up in other stuff, that's like the first thing I think of is Digital Devil Saga. Now, some of our favorite shows, Dave, actually do have some really good animation. Like, I really loved Made in Abyss, Land of the Lustrous.
Yes.
Of course, Gurren Lagann. I think all you guys know by now that's, like, in my top 3.
Violet Evergarden?
Yeah, Violet Evergarden was really good.
Kind of old now. Cabaneri had some incredible animation.
Yeah, it also seemed like a lot like Slime because, Slime was going around eating everything and getting more powerful, so this is basically just a dude doing it. Yeah, Violet Evergarden used a lot of common, like, cinematic tricks to make itself look so good, but...
Yeah, their, like, drawing is on point, but movement, they're really good at hair, but I don't know.
They really did a heavy number of, like, a heavy amount of focusing on narrative and, like, trying to convey character emotion through, their eyes and very subtle body movement. A lot of it's almost like if you're having a deep conversation with someone and you're maintaining heavy eye contact the entire time. It's like a real serious talk with someone.
What's this eye contact?
It's pretty handy. Oh yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. It's just true, Dave. I know what you mean. There was very little that moved. The only time that they really had much movement was when they go into flashbacks or whenever Violet had to fight something, which was pretty rare.
I always think of that scene where she like tried to fly with the umbrella. That was really cool. Like really, really nice animation there.
Oh yeah.
It was sort of in slow motion, so I mean the movement. It was really fluid though.
Yeah, where she tried to get out as far as she could with the umbrella to match his story.
Yeah, that was gorgeous.
Demon Slayer is really turning it up this season.
God, I love Demon Slayer. The effects on the weapons are the coolest thing I've ever seen. Right? Man, anytime I think of that anime, that's the scene I think about.
Oh, you want to binge it, huh, Dave?
Man, I don't blame you. Those cliffhangers are something else.
Yeah, Sasha doesn't deal well with cliffhangers.
Mm. I mean,
Hey,
I do
welcome back,
okay.
Ned. I hope your sneezing gets better. But
Yeah, man, sneezing's the worst.
no, we haven't seen that one yet. Audio?
It sounds familiar, but...
Aliens tend to sneeze a lot, so not
Oh,
surprised.
do they? I had not heard this.
When
I
did they?
guess-
I mean, if an alien is new to the planet, it would probably be
Makes a lot of sense.
pretty allergic to a lot of things, like oxygen.
Let me Google Princess and the Pilot.
Oh yeah, the first quarter of it hints at a lot of things, Dave. But man, once all the main characters get together in Demon Slayer, man, their chemistry together is awesome. I love watching them all. They work so the way they play and act together is just so great.
I have not seen this one. Looks like it might be on Crunchyroll. At least it's got a review on Crunchyroll. Milo, you gonna get out there? We're looking at you. There he goes. Now. I'm doodling.
So I wonder exactly how big this Elder Dragon is going to be.
I think he's gonna be pretty big. That's why Palico is.
If he's actually as big as a Fatalis, then that Palico is probably going to be pretty big. Like that would be probably more like the actual size of a hunter to him. But since they haven't released anything, we can take all the liberties we want.
Yeah, at first I was really intimidated, but I'm actually having a lot of fun not being so confined to... I don't know anything about this monster, so he can lay however I want him to, and
You could make it all up as you go.
like, nobody knows anything, so he could be really fond of Palicos. You don't even know if he attacks them yet.
Yeah, about Kushala. He strikes me as about like a Kushala-sized monster. But it is Monster Hunter, so you could always, I mean, even once he's out, if anyone asks you, you'd be like, oh, he's a gold crown small. He's a gold crown large. You know.
I love this picture of, oh no, his name. This guy with the cat. There's always a bigger fish. I love how they kind of are passive. Like, if you go out to an area to fight a Teostra, say, and he just kind of lays down and chills, that was the inspiration. And he just looks at you, like, what you doing when you're setting bombs in his lap?
Yeah, if you go out and you actually, like, I mean, like when Teostra goes out to the desert, he just sits there. He's like a cat. He just loafs. He's like, what you doing, Hunter? What you
Just
doing?
set bombs in front of him. He's like, yes?
Hunter brings me tribute?
What's
Is this a snackery? And then all of a sudden explosions, like, whoa. We're gonna have to talk about this, Mr. Hunter. I'm gonna have to play with you all up and down this desert now. Yeah, exactly, audience. They made it so, like, in Monster Hunter World, that's probably the other thing, going back to what you and I were talking about, Dave. Like, I'm really interested to see how Brachydios and Barioth and, like, well, Should I be
They're
saying
like
it
ecology?
Brachydios now? Like I've always like
Oh,
all these
yeah.
monsters have never had anyone say their names before. Now all of a sudden the developers are pronouncing their names, and it's like nothing like I've said them all the years I've played.
Yeah, I got issues.
It's
with
like
Rathalos and Raytheon and
Yeah, we always said Rathalos, Raytheon, and it's like Rathalos, and Rathian. Okay, and then now it's Brachydios. No, it's Brachydios, which is not too bad. I didn't like the way they said Barioth, though.
what?
They said Barioth.
Barrier?
Barioth.
You're kidding.
That's how they said it. In the dev blog, he was Barioth. This is Barioth. He's an angry kitty wyvern. He didn't say that, but
Namielle versus Volcana. I mean, you.
I think Namielle would probably win. Because I think this is going to be a case of, you remember in every other Monster Hunter, they always have the flagship monster, and then there's always that one monster at the end. Like, you guys remember the intro for Try or whatever. Try is a good example. They'll show the flagship monster, like, oh, ooh, ah, and then at the very end, they'll hint, Dire Morales. And then when you get to the end of the game, it's like, oh, the flagship was nothing compared to this guy. Just like with, like, Legiana, or not Legiana, Legiacris. Legiacris, oh, he's endangering the village. He's such a threat and a menace. And you beat him, and then it's like, it wasn't him at all the whole time. It was actually Cedeus.
I just like the way this one looks better, so I would root for him. But as far as like ice versus water, I would think just strictly based on the elements that he would be weak to ice.
I don't know.
He may just be more powerful in general.
I don't know. Might I recommend the YouTube channel that is the air or the water pressure cutter?
Oh.
The water pressure cutter channel will change your mind about the power of water.
Yeah,
They cut everything with water pressure.
I think I've seen like one, but they were cutting something ridiculous, like a laptop in half. Like, what?
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, he's saying Ivory could handle Cedeus. Like, what?
If you say so.
I think you're confused. Like, that would be like a shark trying to take on a sperm whale.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Cedeus could be just floating. He could just be moving along, and they probably accidentally suck up Legiacris's, like, on the regular. Just accidental dinner. Like, oh, that was tasty. What was that?
Accidental dinner.
That's how whales work. That's how they eat. They float, and ecology just drifts into their mouth, and they're fed. I mean, it's like, imagine if we were okay.
I think that's how those like sharks, not the whale sharks, but something similar.
Like,
with
imagine
really big mouths.
If all that we needed to eat ever was like bugs, and we went outside and the sky was covered in them, like they were just everywhere, like those swarms of flies everywhere. All you had to do to eat, to survive, was just walk around with your mouth open. That's what the biggest whales do. They just move along, and I don't even know if they know how it works. They're just like, well, I've been alive for like 200 years. I don't know why. I'm never hungry. Well, you're sucking up accidentally like whole schools and ecologies of creatures as you just drift along.
As a base color, would you call that like a gray or like a dark red for Namielle?
Whoops, knocking stuff over. Huh? Oh, you're asking me for color scheme advice? I'm colorblind.
Oh, right.
Just for right now, because of your question, conveniently.
Convenient color blindness. I think it's like a dark red. I think that would look nicer than a plain gray. Let's go with that.
Yeah, I think you want some contrast.
And I think red and blue is gonna be a nicer color combination than just a plain old gray and blue. It'll pop?
Yeah, you want pop.
It go pop.
Oh, Ned, I don't know if you... I
That's
think you went
right.
AFK when we said this, but, crap, what did we recommend? Sakamoto... Oh, Azumanga Daioh. Have you seen that one, Ned? It's an anime that's like a slice of life. It's... I don't know if you'd be able to exactly fangirl the way you're wanting to fangirl, because it's all chicks in this, but it is hilarious. Like, it is really, really funny.
Ooh, 10%. Nice. Oh, looks like a decent color. Let's do that.
10% on... what, like everything? Color me intrigued. I don't see why it'd bother anyone, Ned. It's not like you want to talk about anything, like, really awkward or anything. I mean, fangirling about anime, that's kind of like when I fangirl about, like, Gurren Lagann or something. If you're looking for something...
Any problem with it?
If you're looking for something really funny, though, Azumanga Daioh is hilarious. It's kind of older, but, I mean, you guys already have proven that you have good taste that goes beyond animation. So, I think you'll like it. Oh, so it's like I don't actually do all that much purchasing on eBay anymore. I used to, but, you know, then Amazon came along and kind of made me forget about it. But I have been turning more toward eBay lately because we've actually been getting... I've noticed that if you want to get tools, like power tools or anything like that, eBay's definitely the place to go because you can find stuff way cheaper in the power tool department on eBay. Because there's a lot of companies that use the exact same product and they just rebrand it. And Amazon doesn't carry a lot of the lesser known brands, I guess. School makes me tired, Ned. Very tired. Anytime I learn something, I just have to feast on nap. I need a sleep buffet. Otherwise, I don't learn anything.
Oh man, the Chinese mod station stuff, exclusive stuff, is always like super awesome. Like they got that cloud, and
I mean,
didn't they get the spinny fire wheels?
But Final Fantasy 14 likes to make, like, the Chinese player base, they like to make them work for their stuff. Like, did you see what they had to go through to get the black chocobo codes?
I still need to get mine. Hopefully it's not
So
expired.
they went with a popular restaurant chain. You had to go in there and they have a burger challenge. So it's like this. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I think to get a black chocobo code, you actually had to solo this. You had to eat, like, it was like 4 meals. It was like 4 huge burgers, 4 sets of fries, and 4, maybe 8 drinks along with it.
What?
Like, it was like a gastrointestinal nightmare. So it was basically, you have to become your mount. You have to become the great fat chocobo to get this mount. Like, I was like, if you did this most places, they'd be like accusing you of trying to kill your customers.
That's kind of hilarious. I mean, if they did that over here, I'd be screwed. But and pretty unhappy because I couldn't get them out. But it's really funny.
Alright, I'll have to check it out, audio. And yeah, school overload is definitely a big thing. Like, whenever I'm learning anything, even if it's self-taught stuff, like if I go look up stuff on YouTube or take like an online class or anything, and it wears me down, and it'll like boggle my mind for the first day or two. But as long as I can get a really long nap, I'll comprehend it. But I need that nap. And Ned, if you need a nap, feel free to go ahead. I mean, don't let us keep you. I'm glad you want to stick around, but you know.
Yeah, we like having it too, but don't.
We want you guys to be healthy as well.
Yeah,
You
that's
have
more
to.
important.
You have to get your rest and your eats. Like, I remember Mark would come in here all the time and not eat. Like, I'd have to remind that boy to go get some food. I wonder where Mark is. We haven't seen him in a little while. I think the fact we moved to Wednesday, I'm hoping it wasn't a hard move for him.
Yeah, because he was at, like, every one. Yep, absolutely. Everybody needs the sleeps.
I need to change my YouTube.
Well, except for audio, apparently.
I need to change my YouTube.
Audio has learned
What?
the art of negating sleep.
Teach me. I'll need my sleeps.
You don't want to do that after a couple days. You start hallucinating.
Oh, we
Yeah,
have a
like-
cat up here. One sec.
Oh, you're right. I forgot. Oh my god.
We can do cat cam. Maybe if we have a cat cam, that'll summon Mercy.
Oh, yeah. It's like 4 in the morning or something for her, though.
Let me see. Speaking of naps, Milo's enjoying a nice nap in front of the hot TV on the hot summer day. I don't get cats. They just don't melt? Are they immune to heat?
I guess. Is flat potato cat.
Alrighty, Dave. Thanks for dropping in, man. We'll see you next week. Take it easy and have fun out there.
Night and night. Or happy gaming, happy hunting.
The memes nobody understands? Ned, wait, and have you tried making any of your own memes? You get really involved if you ever try to make your own, and then you go to like put them on Reddit or something, and then get like next to no upvotes, or even worse, if a mod takes them down, just makes you want to cry.
Aw.
It's like, I just worked for the last like 8.27 minutes on that thing. You want to just leave it up for a little bit? I had 10 upvotes before you took it down. They took my Final Fantasy 14 one I made off the Reddit earlier.
But why?
It scored 10 upvotes within like 2 seconds, and then it was like all of a sudden mod was like, yeah, no, it's against community guidelines.
Aw.
Like, what?
Maybe
Look
they
at it.
thought that maybe they didn't realize you made it.
I don't think they would care. I'm gonna try reposting it again once they're asleep.
Okay. I guess that's one way
I'll
to do
see
it.
if I can get those. If I can get the Reddit users in Europe. Maybe I can pique their interest.
I think there's quite a few Australian players too.
Y'all are familiar with Discord, right?
Oh yeah, we have a Discord.
How do you get to your Discord?
I'll throw a link in the chat real quick.
Oh, right,
Me
go
borrow.
ahead.
I'm gonna get us a link.
You want me to do it or no?
Where it go?
Oops.
What are you doing?
Just smashing.
Smashing everything.
You're not supposed to smash the drawings before you're done with it.
Alrighty, there's the Discord. Sash just turned this dude into cherry jello and then ran off. Where's she going with this? Is he red? I haven't even looked. I can't remember. I think he's
On the
blue.
actual, like, video here, he was black.
Yeah, it comes out differently based on like what you're watching it through. It's weird. Milo. Psst, 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 psst. I'm trying to find what Namielle looks like exactly. Oh, I see. I bet I know what she's gonna do. So are you doing like the red underneath and then you're going to do the other colors over that?
Yes. He likes to look directly into the TV and I don't understand it.
Yeah, it's...
How are your eyes okay?
He's a pretty
Buddy?
special cat. He's getting old, and I think his eyesight is just gone. He does this. Oh, he turned around. There we go.
Heard you talking crap.
If we're actually playing a game, though, like, he loves to... He like, knows where all the important stuff is on the TV. Like, if we're playing a game and there's, like, an important life bar or something like that on the screen, he will go and position himself exactly where that bar is so you cannot see it.
He's a pro.
She has some pretty quality wings. I think one's supposed to be a stork.
No.
Can you don't? I like that one.
Oh, what was that shirt that had all the, like, Japanese English? Yamete could have stopped?
Oh, yeah. I can't remember where I saw that. It was on Facebook or something. This is a pretty funny shirt.
Yeah, it's cracking me up. To dime back.
Oh, you got the CST in there too? I keep meaning to actually look up more of the CSTs.
What?
The creatures.
Oh, that's right. I thought it was like the name of a type of file or something.
I think CST is a name of file. I
think
could actually be messing that acronym up. Let me Google it and make sure. That or I'm thinking just Central Standard Time.
Oh, that could be it.
No, it is CST. Haha.
Uh-huh. Success.
Wait, no, maybe not. I could be wrong. I think I am wrong.
Oh no. Quest failed. Man, with this red all over him, he probably doesn't look like much.
He looks like a big silhouette.
Yeah, I need to get some blue in here.
Yeah, I was just telling them that you went and made him you made him a cherry jello and then left.
Yep, goodbye. This is your life now.
Cursed images are pretty funny. Some of those things, though, some people just make stuff that really just never should have been created.
What's the name? Cursed Images?
I'm sorry. Make this one just a little bit smaller. We'll squeeze him up there.
Gonna shrink Milo and his beans. Oh, that was not supposed to be the eraser. Tablet, get it together.
I'm glad we're actually getting some water elemental representation.
Yeah.
Like, water is probably the most neglected element in the whole Monster Hunter franchise.
Except in Try, they did a pretty decent job with that.
Well, yeah, because, you
That
know,
was the deal.
underwater fighting.
Where's Gobel? You gonna bring Gobel back?
I don't think we're going underwater again, and Gobel would, like, definitely need...
Yeah, he needs water.
Gobel would definitely need water. Because if you don't have Gobble in water, then you've got Nibblesnarf.
Where's Nibblesnarf?
They could do
Or-
Nibblesnarf. I don't.
Hapu? What's his name, I think?
Hapuru Baruku was his Japanese name.
Hmm.
Hapuru Baruku. How they go from Hapuru Baruku to Nibblesnarf is beyond me.
Yeah.
It's a funny name, though.
Yeah, I like it. I like both the names. Hapu is cute, and Nibblesnarf is Nibblesnarf.
Question and stuff, especially Kirby.
That beehive baby is kind of. And then they've got Sans here with this white wolf just staring in the window.
Tubby Fox. It's supposed to be Tubby Fox.
The Teletubby is where it belongs.
This is fine.
So, audio, are you still there by chance? I was actually going to ask about the Gamescom schedule. I was curious what kind of schedule those conventions have. Because I know there's a lot of stuff that they don't really cover on streaming.
Isn't there a lot of like demos and stuff that you can play, kind of like E3?
Yeah, there's a lot of floor demos.
Man. Jelly.
That's what Audio was saying, that is one of his favorite things. You can meet the people in charge as well as play all the demos that are exclusive to the thing, to the event. To the thing?
Oh, play. We should have gone to Germany instead.
Are you asking us or yourself, Ned? Oh, I remember that Buzz Lightyear out of his suit. That thing was pretty creepy.
Reminds me of the old movies.
The tuba monster, I remember seeing that because I remember thinking it looked like armor out of Demon Souls or Dark Souls. The power of cringe. I've heard that we have quite the power over cringe. We've got a troll that occasionally drops in. It's only here and there, but he keeps, like, every time it's kind of funny. Every time we ban him, he basically creates a new account and comes back like at some other point, like 2 or 3 weeks later, he'll come back with a random name. And he doesn't change the way he acts, the way he talks or anything. He just changes his name, and it's usually something pretty similar to his original names. And yeah. He's very fond of telling us that we're quite cringe.
I guess he's entitled to his opinion. I probably should have figured this foot out a little better.
Yeah, we don't really have a NSFW section or spoilers. I've been meaning, like I was saying earlier, I need to make like a miscellaneous pictures and media section on the Discord. I'm just lazy. I need to make a channel that is like just for that kind of stuff. Because honestly, there's a lot of stuff that I would put into it too. A lot of the times I just have random pictures and stuff, and I'm like, I don't want to spam the general chat, but this isn't quite a meme either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I usually use mobile for Discord as well. You do get a lot more options if you're on PC. PC gets all the control.
What does those little foots look like?
His little foots?
His little foots. Kind of like Jaeger's feet.
Yeah, he's like... They almost look like Komodo dragon feet. Really stubby toes. I'll work on getting that miscellaneous section up. Probably tomorrow, Ned. Sasha's using the PC for the stream, so I can't really do anything right now. I would interrupt her.
Yep. If I don't keep the doodling up, we're gonna be here all night.
Yeah, we gotta get this color going.
He's got some complicated shapes, and I did not do a very clean line art to fill in. But it just be like that sometimes.
Yeah, I was kind of curious. What is going on?
He's got some wing feelers. I don't know what's going on either. I have questions.
You have questions for your past self? Your past self making future self things hard?
Yeah. Oop. No, that needed to be. Yeah. Okay. He's got little grabby fingers, but I may leave those out because it's too much detail.
I really think those things at the ends of his wings are supposed to be more similar to like jellyfish stingers.
It just looks like tiny grabby hands to me.
I really hope the European mods on Final Fantasy XIV don't exile my meme as well.
And don't get us banned from the 14 forums.
It was just so... It was getting upvotes. We got like it got like 10 real fast. Don't the mods actually look at that? Like, you would think they would look at how fast they're getting likes before they would take something off. Like, I understand if something's been on there for a few hours and it doesn't get anything, but if it's only been up for a few seconds and it's getting a bunch, I would think that's kind of like a sign that the folks like it. Yeah, it's usually not good to freak people out when it comes to that kind of thing, Ned. There's fun freakouts, and then there's not fun freakouts. I wonder where Mark and Ragnar are. Hope everything's going well with them.
Yeah, it does make me nervous when people are gone for a bit.
Well, Ragnar just said something in the chat. Yesterday.
Yeah, he's just busy. I don't recall seeing anything from Mark for a bit, though. Oops, wrong thing. Here we go. Gotta get this base color going. So then he can start looking like a Durgan again.
So what are you gonna do for his whiskers?
I was thinking, there's probably a brush that's just dots. Or that doesn't do a real solid line. I'll play around with it, see if I can get something that'll do the dots.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, you can do that, Ned. Your Discord's got a lot of channels. You actually put some effort into making a good amount of channels that people could use. I didn't do that. I really should That way people actually feel that there's a place for everything. Might increase activity in the Discord if I have a lot of spots to put stuff.
Bro, you're making me sleepy, bro.
Bruh, sorry, bruh. I'm not even sleepy. It's just like yawning because I don't know. Like I go to stretch my mouth to talk, and you know sometimes words just turn into yawns for no reason. It's one of them kind of things. Nah, bruh.
I don't know, bro. Maybe you gotta talk to have this experience.
I keep looking at Milo. That's what I need to stop doing.
He looks so comfy, sleepy.
I can't think he would be comfy. It's kind of warm in here, and he's right in front of the TV. It is not cool right there. Those TVs are hot.
I don't think cool is what he wants out of life right now.
Did you ping me on it, Ned? I'm not seeing a notification. Okay, I can just go over there and check it.
Okay, we full color. Looks like we're full color. Let's get some other colors going. This one looks lovely blue in there.
Oh yeah, I could see that upsetting some people, even though it's not real.
Oh, yeah, maybe a little bit. Would be squeamish and whatnot. Like me.
Yeah, I think we need one of those channels where people can put weird crap, but it's kind of like, if you have a channel like that, it is welcoming it in, and it's like, where do you draw the line? That's probably why I haven't made one.
Yeah, then I think you have to do a little bit more moderating. Let's do something. Show, I don't know if that's what I want. Focus.
Well, yeah, it would look like an eye looking back at you, so I would probably keep it in a box or something. Otherwise, you could get a little freaked out by something like that around. You know, I'm really curious where we haven't seen Furball in a while, or Abdul.
Abdul's been liking stuff on Instagram though, so he's alive.
Yeah, you're right. So Abdul's okay. As long as people are okay, that's the important thing.
And sometimes folks be busy.
Do you hear whispers coming from your closet at night?
Oh dear.
Are you sure there's not, like, I don't know, like some old device or something in there? What if it's like an old like a set of headphones or something, and it's just slowly going dead, and it's like the whispering is actually the inside of the headphone saying, battery low. Battery low. Oh, that looks pretty nice. I like that.
Yeah. Hello.
Maybe maybe there's bed bugs in there in the blankets, and they're just saying, nice blanket. Or maybe they're building a huge fortress in there, and you're hearing all their construction crews. Are there any other rooms next to yours? Like maybe maybe you're hearing stuff from another room? Trickery of the mind, of the ear, of the other room. Or if there's an air vent over in that side of the room by chance, it's possible you could be getting like noise from another room in the house entirely being carried through the vent. Hey you. Hey, listen. Or yeah, you could just be so sleep deprived you're starting to hear things.
Yeah, I don't do that.
Whoa, that got really white really quick. Bone work?
Yeah, I'm gonna put some black over the top of it.
So it looks like you're playing with a different type of coloring for this guy.
Yeah, trying some other stuff.
That's good. It's good to challenge yourself.
Yes.
It almost looks like chalk. I'm just curious to see where where all the color is going to come in, because all those lines going through his wings are supposed to be the LED lights.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe like voices from other people in your house are being carried through your air vents. Something like that. Because in our old place, we actually had an air vent that went between us and a room with a really loud TV in it. And yeah, it would, anytime that TV was on, we could hear everything. Like, we could listen to the show or whatever was on it. What kind of brush is that?
Is it speckly one? I don't know. I don't know if it's what I want.
What are you trying to get it to do?
Just sort of. It looks like he's got almost paint splatters across the tops of his wings.
I think it's supposed to be like because he's like a jellyfish, it's like a part of the bioluminescence. Oh yeah, if you're in an apartment or like a duplex situation, you can definitely get like voices and stuff from neighbors mixing in that sounds like it's coming out of the walls or the closet or whatever. You gonna get up, Milo? Or are you just moving around? Not only is he in front of a hot TV, but I keep forgetting he's actually situated right above the PlayStation 4. It's right underneath of him. That PS4 is not on, thankfully. But if it were, that spot would be really, really hot. It'd almost be like a stovetop for Milo. Creepy experiences? Like, what have you guys had so far? Well, that one looks nice.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Looks veiny. So what if you were to do that in like a speckled blue color instead of white?
White?
Do like a blue color?
It is blue. What white?
Is it? I mean, this part, instead of it being black, these veins, if you did something in here, but it was blue, like close to this color.
Oh, yeah, that could look nice with a low opacity. Let's see.
Yeah, that looks good. It almost looks like Velkana's wings, or not Velkana, Valhazak's wings.
Oh, I love his wings.
Like it has an undead look to it at the current color scheme.
Yeah, I think when I bring in that bright orange color, it's gonna come together. I hope. This is the hope.
So the weird stuff happens in your place around midnight? What time is it there right now, Ned? It's about 9:30ish right now, so.
Oh, I thought it was later. Why?
Ah, so you are to the west.
He's pretty grumpy. I think you'll make a fine old person one day sitting on the porch with a shotgun.
Young punks, get off my lawn.
The really creepy stuff happens around 3 a.m.
Electro beams.
Yeah, from my experiences, most creepy stuff I've had's always been like during the day, like broad daylight kind of stuff. Although I haven't had any like creepy stuff happen to me in a long time. Although I haven't had any kind of influence that might have affected that. Like I used to feel that I had a lot of creepy things happening to me back when I used to play like a lot of scary games, watch a lot of scary movies, that kind of stuff. I don't do that so much anymore. I watch the occasional scary thing, but it's usually like maybe once or twice a year because I just don't like modern day scary stuff. Like scary movies now, they don't scare me. They don't do it for me.
That's good because I cannot handle it. I don't watch scary stuff. Period.
I love scary things. I just don't really. I don't know. I don't find the new stuff to be very scary. Like I guess my concept of what is scary and what isn't is different from, this day and age's directors, producers, that kind of stuff. And I find Asian horror stories from like Japan, China, such to be a lot more scary than Western stories.
Have you ever heard of the elevator game?
Elevator game? No.
You go up the building has to be at least 10 stories tall. You go up, like, the floors all the way. You have to do it in a certain order, but you do, like, 10 different stops, I think, like 6 or 8 or something like that. But supposedly on the 5th floor, a girl's supposed to get in, and if it goes up to the 10th floor, you go to a different dimension. If it goes down, you're supposed to run out of the elevator and don't go back.
That probably came about from someone. That story probably originated from someone who was drunk at a convention. Because if you ever go to a convention and you're staying at the hotel in the convention, that's going to happen. You're going to basically, or if you're not at the convention and you're in a hotel that is hosting a convention, that's probably the other dimension thing. You like go up and down, and all of a sudden, boom, when you come out, you're in anime land. And if you don't know what anime land is, it's like, whoa, I'm not supposed to be here. I'm in another dimension.
From the video I saw, they actually had this chick, like they showed this one Japanese chick getting on the elevator, and she was going up the floors, and she stopped at one. The doors opened out of nowhere. She looked outside, there was nobody there. She tried closing it, it wouldn't close, and then she walked out, she never showed up again.
I would say someone else needed an elevator on that floor. And when they came to that floor, right before the doors opened, the person who summoned the elevator was like, crap, I left some of my cosplay back in my room. So they ran back to the room. That's why they weren't there. And the hotel had shut off the close elevator button door, which they usually do during a convention. And if they weren't seen again, maybe just not that day, they probably went to the bar or the dealer's room or something.
Makes sense.
Because with that kind of thing, those kind of stories, it's all a matter of, like, perception. Like, because the person telling the story can't be everywhere all at once. So while they didn't think they saw the person again, how close are they to that person? Do they have, like, can they say that they never saw them again in life because, they would see them regularly, or they just didn't see them again? Like if you meet an acquaintance or a stranger or something at one of these things. I never saw them again. I didn't know them either, though. So I don't know. They probably made it home okay. So you're tired, but you're not sleepy is the problem, Ned. I can highly relate to this. Because I get sleepy so rarely, I sleep very little. But that makes me tired all the time. Because I haven't slept. Because I wasn't schleppy. You gotta be schleppy to get to sleep. But you can be tired all the time because you haven't slept. The wing looks good.
Hey, thanks.
So what about the lights? All the colors through here?
Yeah, Mata Mata. I'm scared.
Because the lights come up the wing here, and then they go out like that. They are all along the wings.
Make that look like it's back there. It's over there.
Do you have a picture of a reference there?
The phone got all dark. I don't know what it's about.
I don't think it's his name, but the wings remind me of Audubon.
Audubon?
The spiky roly-poly dude.
Oh. If he had wings, that'd be cool. Bony, spiky wings. Or you mean Nergigante? No, he's not rolly.
No, the dude in the rotten bill.
Yeah, right about.
Oh, I see why your color's looking so weird. You got your blue light filter on.
Yeah.
How are you supposed to get an accurate look at his colors?
You always turn it off real
Pretend.
quick.
I don't know how to turn it off on your phone. Because you see the lights go under a bit there, but they're
more pronounced towards the tips, and that's where it's really going to stand out because they're darker. Gonna be nice.
and he's got lights all the way here.
Let me see if there is a pen that draws dots. So that's going to make my life so much easier. Like if it does dots in a line, so I don't have to like do.
You should do them in like bright neon colors though, so they stand out.
Yeah, so I don't have to do this nonsense. Cause just don't want to do. Oh no, why have I done this?
What have you done? Oh.
I wasn't sure if it was gonna go back enough times. Let's see, we got a dot drawer, a dot doodler,
Dot doodler.
3 dots. No, no, it doesn't look like there is such a brush. Okay, I guess I just gotta do the dots in a straight line somehow. Let's see.
The ceiling can be quite distracting.
I like to look this. What are you gonna do?
Walls can be more distracting.
I'm gonna look at some of these pens and see what I can find.
I'm sure it would be very easy to like make a pen that will do that. But I'm
What's
just
this one
not
do?
pro like that.
Where's my colors? Let's make it bright so we can tell what it does. It does nothing. Oh, is this so you can dab and change colors maybe?
Yeah, maybe a blending tool?
Maybe. Why are not? Am I on like a bad layer or something? What?
Oh, it's locked. You gotta do it on him.
Like that? Can't you use that?
Oh, what? Let me see.
I mean, if you do it smaller.
It does it at random intervals though. Like it needs to be.
Well, see, if you did it like all in one color like that, and then do it in another color, and just make sure that you trace the same line over and over, it would be multicolored line. Might work.
What's this do?
That's too much.
I mean, I can do some dots, and that'll do just fine.
What's that?
This one? This one?
Nothing. We might want to actually like watch some YouTube videos on how to operate a tablet.
I need to learn how to work the creator. It's fine. I'll just draw dots. This is fine. Hey, push it. So I mean, I can do all that some garbage, but. That also looks like garbage. Let's put a better pen. Like that. I mean, it'll be fine. I can make this
Okay.
work.
You're a snot machine? Well, I think we all have days like that, Ned.
Yeah, sometimes we just are leaky.
Leaky days?
Leaky days.
Leaky days. Kind of like, you know, how the clouds have leaky days. When it rains, it's just a leaky day. Oh, and Milo has abandoned the cause.
Oh, buddy.
Stop.
Oh.
You're taking my hopes and dreams.
Whispered into the microphone. You're taking my hopes and dreams.
And you're dashing them on the rocks.
You're done.
Oh,
Yeah, we all have those days.
never heard that before, but interesting sound.
I'm just gonna have to do all the dots. It's just how it's gonna be. Nobody diss my dots because they're handmade.
I don't cry anymore.
The clouds do need to. I don't know. Maybe they're not crying. Maybe they're peeing.
Rude. What does it look like if I put mountains on it?
If that was the
Stupid. It
case,
looks
wouldn't all the
stupid.
snow be yellow?
Doesn't have to be yellow. Clouds aren't the same as us. They don't take any B vitamins. Unless you got a bunch of B vitamins in you, your pee's not yellow either.
Yeah, if you are hydrated.
Maybe. They cry and they pee. I'm none too educated, but isn't it like when there's too much perspiration, they sweat. They're sweating on us. Maybe when there's too much precipitation, when there's too much water in the wiggly things up in the sky, they can't hold it anymore, so they give out and it lets it all free. You're finding a lot of really cool brushes that could be used for a lot of really fun stuff.
Yeah, that's pretty fun.
Like, what's even going on there?
That's supposed to be his neck.
It's neck.
Neck.
He's got a neck of glass.
Have you ever tried Dolander?
Trying what?
Dolander.
No, we haven't yet.
I think you could do a really good Dolander. Especially with the brushes and everything.
Dolander would be fun. This neck. Don't look at my scribbles.
Do like the traditional snake meme too? Just give him a top hat. Wonderful.
Broke the computer.
Fine, then I didn't pick it anyways.
This looks broken.
So, oh, this is for the jelly?
Yeah, I'm gonna put some like highlights and stuff in it, but I figured this might be a good place to start.
How many CDs are there to the Monster Hunter soundtrack?
I don't know. I think 3, maybe 4. This is just Monster Hunter World, though. This isn't any of the others. So it looks like the lights around here are primarily red. Red and orange. So you could actually get like a... You could get away with 1 or 2 colors in there. Have you tried pulling it like out and then back in again? Like a Nike swoosh?
It sort of looks like the ribs, but I'm just using this as a base color. Because it looks shiny.
I was gonna say that would cover it really fast if you did that.
Oh, yeah. I don't want to cover it too fast, though. I want to get the right borders. That's interesting.
Your school uniform, Ned? You don't like it?
The uniforms seem like they'd be pretty lame.
Girls aren't allowed to wear shorts or skirts that don't go down to the knee, and it's awful. Oh yeah, that seems like it would be a problem. I have no real idea what, like, most uniforms involve these days.
Slacks, polo shirt.
They didn't really do uniforms when I was in school. We were still allowed to express ourselves.
Yeah, I didn't have a uniform at my school, just a dress code.
Yeah, we had a dress code. It was pretty much don't have like curse words on your stuff. Don't hair had to be a certain length. You couldn't wear earrings if you were a dude. You couldn't have crazy high shorts. That
What?
was for like male and female.
Oh, what do you call it?
They had to be within like 2 inches of the tops of your knees. I think now they actually have, like Ned said, I think they actually have to be going down to your knees, because her complaint is that they have to be going down to the knees, but she has long legs, so it's hard for her to find something to wear.
I could get away with a lot because I was really short. So a skirt, or whatever could be really short on me, but it was still within like inches of my knee because I got no leg.
Mini skirts are no problem when you're a dwarf.
Right? Nothing's a mini skirt. That's interesting.
You had one brush that was like just a cool fade.
Yeah, that's sort of what I'm looking for. I'm trying to get like a glassy look, so I want some with sharp edges.
Those eyebrows.
Yeah, he looks a little mad, but maybe he's just concentrating. No. I mean, that might work. I have like
Oh, that sounds like me too, Ned. When I was at the rebellious age of 16, I went and got both of my ears pierced. Because back then, for dudes to have both ears pierced was actually quite a statement, because it was still considered, back then, everyone still had problems with, oh, if a dude wears 2 earrings, then he's gay, so people had issues with that. But I just liked the way it looked. I liked the earrings, so...
I thought it was if you had one piercing in a specific ear.
That was there as well. If a dude had a specific ear pierced, then it said that he was gay. Or if he had one in the other ear, it said he was bi or whatever. But there was a lot of hidden language and code. But, yeah. I just did it in bulk because I liked both ears. But I didn't... So... Like you, Ned, I got both ears pierced, and then I didn't wear anything. I didn't wear any earrings because they made my ears sore. I was like, man, it's fun to look at, but this sucks. My ears hurt. So, both ears were pierced. And no, Ned, it's not weird for that now. But back when I was going to school, it was still a time of you could get... Like, your sexuality brought on back then, people were still way more petty than they are now about sexuality. If anyone thought you were gay as a dude, you'd be pretty much persecuted, bullied, that kind of thing. It was tough. Pretty much, if you weren't the machismo man type at my schools, that was a problem.
Looking for some real sharp edges.
I wish the world was as It's still there's still a lot of hate and issues going around about that kind of thing. Still a hot topic these days, but I wish people were half as understanding when I was going to school as they are now, because I had to fight a lot when I was in school because of so many people with the wrong mindset. It's very good that people aren't really caring anymore. Like, oh, that one's a nice brush. Ooh, I like that. I think that's the one you should use. Except I wouldn't do it from there. This is just my opinion. You can do it from where I would do it from, like, right there. Like where your ripples are. Lighten up with your ripples. There you go. That looks awesome, in my opinion. It looks like gills. Does he have gills, though? He looks like he'd have gills.
Should. The underwater creature.
And you could bring it from the other side. Yeah, I like that, too. Except if you're bringing it from the other side, yeah, I was going to say, it wouldn't be quite as far out there. It would be a bit more... like an edge, because it's extending around the other side where you're not able to see it. Can your turtle get out of her cage that easily, Ned? Or do you mean like back into the tank, so like going from the land into the water? So it's more like a in the bathroom kind of bloop. Kersploop. Audience, I would have to say I figured out the crown on the top of my head was the hardest part of my head, and honestly, I was a big head butter. I wasn't a very clean fighter. I wish I could say I was and everything, but I pretty much just did whatever was needed to to keep me going till the end of the day. And I by far did not win all of my fights, but actually probably got more hurt in a lot of them. Like, a lot of mine were actually nasty fights. Ended up with some really bad injuries. Both me and the other person. That's just kind of how it was back then. I mean, it was, people were so much more... It was more like if you get into a fight in an empty lot or something and there's something dangerous nearby, people tend to go after that. But I don't think fighting is quite that bad these days. It really doesn't even... You don't even hear about that too much anymore. It's more or less like social media anger.
Yeah, cyberbullying is more of the thing now.
Yeah, cyberbullying's the big thing going now.
Which sucks, because then it's like anonymous and you can't really do
Well,
anything.
That's where people are at their strongest, right? Is when someone can't see them. You know, they can be a... You can be a cyber or a really strong person with a keyboard. You can type all this stuff, but you can't, you know, it gives people a lot of power and a lot of people use it wrong, is how it is. Oh, so it is as she's jumping off the water into the tank, huh? Oh, but her shell hits the side. It kind of makes me think it would remind me of that sound. You know those Japanese bamboo things? The ones that fill up with water and then they drift off and they tip over and clack against the edge. Empty all the water out and it goes back up. Kodamats or something like that? I can't remember what they're called. I could hear that in my head as you say that when I try to think of a turtle, their shell hitting the edge. Oh, I used to go correct people's grammar. As you guys, most of you guys know, I was an English major, so when it comes to grammar, I'm pretty picky, but I learned pretty quick that you don't want to do that because a lot of people really don't like that, and I got corrected a few times even though I was an English major, and yeah, it doesn't feel too good. But well, that brain fart just totally killed that thought. What was I thinking? It's because I said but that I had a brain fart. But. And gone. It really seems like today, like it took me a long time to get used to the language that folks use today. Like, like with texting, when I first got into texting. And then all of a sudden everyone started truncating all their words. You know, there was no such thing as you, like you were or you are, that kind of thing. Now all of a sudden it's you, the letters U and R, or the letter U. Everything's truncated and small now, so it took me a long time to get used to that. That was like, that used to irk me so bad, but I've gotten used to it now.
Yeah, I still don't. I type out completely.
Yeah, I use good grammar and everything when I text, but I'm not about to get on anyone about doing it otherwise, because I don't know their condition. Like, what if they're at work and they're still trying to desperately respond to me? They're showing me the courtesy enough to actually respond, but say their situation is like, you know, they got a customer sitting right in front of them, or they have really small windows of time they can actually respond. Mm-hmm. So they're still taking the time to respond. It's just maybe whatever their situation is states that they can only do that. Mm-hmm. So I try to think I try to do more objective thinking, like from their shoes.
What if they don't have shoes?
Maybe they don't have shoes. Maybe they're on the beach and they're trying to outrun crabs that are after their ankles, and they're trying to text me at the same time. So it's all short and truncated.
You never know.
Yes, the general internet would think I'm a doctor for using the word truncate. It is a pretty old word. I had to pull that one out of the trunk.
Oh, jeez, that's not what I want to do.
But I finally got used to all the abbreviating and all the new that fancy newfangled internet jargon. It sure beats, like, I'm an AOL baby. I remember back when Leet Speak first came around, you know, numbers replaced letters.
1337.
And I mean, there were like varying like extremes to this. Like some people used it just here and there. And some people, they straight up they found ways to replace literally every freaking letter out there with a number. So it was almost like reading internet graffiti.
I used to do that.
It sounds like you and I would get along in real life quite well, Ned. I'm the same way. I know I'm really nice on the stream here and everything, but when it comes to being in real life, I'm the type I really will speak my mind, and a lot of the times I can come off pretty rude for it. I have a hard time restraining myself if someone is messing with someone else. If they're messing with me, usually I can usually turn the other cheek. But other people, yeah, I'll get kind of what's the word?
Ornery.
Ornery? Protective? I get protect-ornery. It's like protection macaroni. Protectoroni. Don't make me beat you with noodles. I'll beat the cheese out of you with noodles. That's actually a pretty big thing these days from what I've seen. I keep using all these old terms, but like these days and nowadays. But like someone's content is pretty much their like I don't want to say it as like a means of valuing someone, because I don't like to put a value on people. But as far as like it's almost like when someone writes a book, or if they were to direct a play or a movie, screenwrite, that kind of stuff. So yeah, I could see you getting pretty mad and being justified getting mad at someone insulting your friend's content, because that's one of the biggest ways we have of expressing ourselves, you know, with after the advent of the internet. And that's like the big thing is everyone's got some form of content out there, something they do, you know, to show the world like, hey, this is me, you know. I'd get pretty mad too.
And it takes a lot of courage to decide to put your stuff out there.
Yeah, I mean, like you said there, Ned, that's how I feel people should focus more on, like, think about the other person's feelings, think objectively. If you have an opinion about someone's content, constructive criticism is a great way to go about it, you know.
Yeah, like when people used to talk about our sound being a problem.
Yeah, like
that's a legit concern.
When we first started the channel, if you guys ever looked at any of our old videos, the first thing you would notice is the sound was awful, because we had really crappy equipment. We had like the worst mic ever. We were going with all the cheapest stuff, and because we didn't know anything, we lacked education on how the equipment worked. And there were two extremes of people letting us know this. Either there were the ones that were like, hey, you guys, I appreciate the video. I think you guys have a great opportunity here, but just letting you know, it sounds like your audio is pretty washed out. You know, it sounds like you might have, I could hear like events or stuff in the background. There's a lot of background noise, etc. You know, and someone actually, sent us some links on how to adjust all the settings. It was great, very helpful. And then there was the people that would like, man, you guys are trash. You need to get better equipment. I could barely hear you. What the hell are you saying? Cursing, that kind of stuff. Like, it's like, why not just be nice? Like, why you gotta be like that? Yeah, definitely audience member. That's really, really good point right there. And hey, Mercy, what's going on, girl? How are you doing? Good to see you. But yeah, I like the way you put it, audience. Like, just there's good criticism and then there's nonsense. Like, if you actually have something good to say and you want to get your point across, there's no need to be rude about it. Mercy wants to know where they're at. But just come out and be like, just tell someone honestly, like, hey, this is my opinion. I noticed, like, with the sound, it was factual. Like, you're not being rude if you're just telling us, like, hey, you got a lot of background noise. Maybe try, changing your settings or, doing something a little different, try some other equipment, something like that. There's no need to go into it and be like, oh man, your production is garbage, you guys need more practice at this. It's like, well, I mean, I agree on a lot of the levels there, but still, it's not nice to hear it, But yeah, there's definitely, like you said, audience, there's people that need to be listened to. They're the ones that are correct, because they know how to get their point across without offending people. That's actually real, like, that's the good criticism we look for. Mercy, Milo was up on the TV just a little while ago. Hopefully he comes back. He's currently not here, though.
I like it, but it looks kind of like Sosh just ripped Tigrex's head off and threw it on that.
Is anyone getting a Code Geass kind of vibe from the head of our dragon here? Like, I'm totally getting a Zero vibe here. Like with that red in the front and the shape of his head as it is, and the fluffy, the neck in the front almost looks like one of those frilly shirts. He's almost got like this Count Dracula kind of dragon vibe going right now. I realize you've still got a lot of coloring to do, but that's what I'm getting, is like a Zero from Code Geass, or like Count Dracula dragon sort of thing.
I don't really like this orange.
I like the way you're hiding it. I like to see a little bit. You don't have to cover it up completely. It adds to it. It gives it layers of depth.
Yeah, I'm gonna put more orange, but I just didn't like the shade of it. I guess it's not quite right.
The contrast was nice. He looks so majestic. Like, he looks like he's going to. He looks like he's going to elegantly flick his fingers or his wings and kill some hunters and then sip on some wine afterward.
I think his face, like when he actually is going to be in the game, is probably going to be like flatter, but I just like long faces.
I'm glad you guys like the background noise because, well, the vent back there we kind of have to have on to survive. It's our air conditioner. The music, though, we have the Monster Hunter soundtrack on, but it's kind of boring. I mean, I love the Monster Hunter music, but I don't know, the Monster Hunter World, when you just listen to a full soundtrack all at once, you kind of get to where it's like, I'm just tuning it out. Oh, but yeah, Mercy R. Back then, though, we had a, what was it? A Yeti snow globe microphone, and it was really cheap. Like, we got it during like an Amazon sale. It was like $20, but yeah, we got what we paid for because the sound quality was horrible. We actually went and no, it was a blue snowball. I'm sorry, not Yeti. Yeti's what we have now. Now we have a blue Yeti microphone, and we haven't regretted the extra investment for this microphone at all. Like, all of our audio problems went away after we got this mic. Like, this dragon really has, like, this fanciful vampire vibe going with the... I think it's the neck. The neck and the head is very much just Count Dracula-ing this dude out. You could zoom in and put in even more fine details, like put some black in the orange if you wanted.
Yeah, he's got this look like
Dremel it out a little bit.
Dremel it. He looks like he's got like doused in ink or something. He's got all this like black stuff going on.
Maybe that's his other thing. Maybe he's a mix of like octopus and jellyfish, so he's got the ink thing going too.
He gonna ink us.
Yeah, I agree with you there, audience. And Ned, why do you think that she's worried about your mental health? I think your mental health is fine.
Maybe they're just jealous. They can't be that cool and creative, so there must be something wrong. What are we talking about?
Prima Papa.
She could have possibly mentioned the creepy noises to her, and then she started getting concerned.
Oh yeah, maybe if you mention the creepy stuff to Cream Pop, because a lot of folks just straight up refute creepy stuff, like, you know, ghosts and all that. They would just absolutely no, it doesn't happen. Like Sasha doesn't believe in them at all.
Nope. I just choose to not be about that. I cannot handle scary things. I just can't. They don't exist.
Well, I don't think that would be anything to worry about your mental health, Ned, because that's almost like... That's like how, you know, right now they're trying to say that violent video games cause violence. Well, of course, we definitely... There's all kinds of science that says it doesn't, and there's no links out there. So, between violence and video games. It's kind of like that. Just because you like to watch things that are generally more considered like dark, or like content that revolves around like mortality, that kind of thing, that doesn't mean that your mental health is to be worried about. That just means that that's what you like to watch. You prefer to indulge in more like mature themed stuff. Like, honestly, I love to watch, like, my favorite kind of story is anything that's like dark, has a lot of focus on the fragility and mortality of the characters. Like, if there's a lot of death, you know, things happening to them, that's kind of what I'm into, because that's what strikes me. That's what stands out to me. If everyone is protected with plot armor and there's no real consequences, then I get kind of bored with stuff. So, I mean, it's not that just because you're interested in that kind of thing doesn't mean that that's all you think about. You're just interested in that because, you know, it's more realistic or whatever reason. It's your kind of drama. Yeah, you're going to get that a lot because of your age. Trust me. You're always going to get that. At least until you hit whatever age anyone thinks is the perfect for the gatekeeper, you know, as far as like, anyone that's older than you is always going to think they know better, and they're always going to think that they're always going to, not everyone, but it's kind of hard for them not to, because they feel, well, I've already been through this whatever phase you're in, and even though they're not you, and they're always going to think that they know better, and because you're different than maybe they were, they don't understand it. So, I mean, the whole thing with that, though, is, while it is something you'll unfortunately have to deal with a lot, Ned, just keep being you and don't worry about it. Because the best thing you can ever do in life is stop worrying so much. Don't worry about what other people think of you as far as like your interests. Love what you love, do what you like, and just be you. Yeah, I mean, if people are important to you, definitely give their opinion weight. You know, but don't let anyone change who you are, because you are who you are. Because I guarantee you, if you once you get later on in life, the more you're able to look back across a span of many years, decades, and everything, you're gonna look back at some point, and if you spent your life compromising with other people, changing the way you do things, the way you think, just because you feel that's how it should be, or you're trying to match like society's opinions, that kind of thing, you're gonna have more regret, because you're gonna see that you lived according to a template that wasn't what you wanted to do. So best thing is just, as long as you're able to enjoy what you enjoy without hurting others, then by all means, just do what you want to do. Be a trendsetter, Don't follow trends. Do what you like.
His mane looks like liquid magma.
Yeah, I really like that brush you're using. That's nice.
Yeah, I like this brush. I want to use it for everything.
Reminds me of Axel's hair.
Axel's hair.
Yeah, Kingdom Hearts.
I should have probably done that last. Oh well.
Oh man, Ned, when I was drawing in high school and middle school, people thought all sorts of bad things about me. Now all the boys in my classes would be like, "Man, can I get you to draw something for me?" Because all I drew, I was reading like Spawn comics and stuff really heavily at that time, so I was drawing some crazy stuff. Like I was drawing some real violent stuff, because that's just what I like to do. Like one of my favorite things to draw as a kid, or all the way up into like my 20s, was blood splatters. I love the way they look, like the dynamics of like a splatter. It could go anywhere. It could be like, it was almost like special, those ink arts that they use in the psychology test, how they appear differently to everyone that looks on them based on their perception. Love that kind of art. And that was one thing I was good at drawing, was like splatters. Just the general splatter pattern didn't have to be blood, but that's usually what it ended up being. Oh, Mercy, yes, our guest here, the random voice you're hearing. I tried to get him an avatar, but he didn't want one.
I'm sorry.
This is my nephew, Robbie. He is with us tonight.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
And Robbie, this is Mercy. She's one of our longtime regulars. She's also one of our moderators. She helps us protect us. She helps protect us from the trolls.
I mean, that's what Mercy's good for.
Oh, trust me, whenever there's someone that needs to be moderated, Mercy knows no mercy.
Camera comes out.
Cuts on characters is actually pretty good. Like, drawing like beat up characters is something I always like to do, because it's something that's different. It's out of the ordinary. I could never draw my characters like being flawless. It was not my deal. It kind of made it boring to me. But that's also one reason I didn't draw people too much. I usually drew dragons. Mostly eating people. Or one of my this one might make you wonder about my mental state. When I drew, one of my favorite things to draw was, in like anime or anything with fire, how they generally have, like, if someone's getting blown away or they're getting consumed by fire, how they generally turn into like an all black figure that is, it basically looks like a whole bunch of scribbly lines within the fire that's just vaguely human shaped, and then they're gone. So them getting blown away like that or on fire, that was something that, fire interacting with things like that was something I love to draw.
She asked my name was spelled.
Oh yeah, it's a good thing you could type in the chat.
Yeah.
Plus you're also giving us an extra viewer. I love padding.
Plus, I can see the drawing better on the phone.
I'm trying to think.
See, the computer screen really washes it up.
I mean, honestly, Ned, I think I think you'd be someone who could probably enjoy, if you haven't seen it already, Neon Genesis Evangelion. They just threw it onto Netflix. It's actually a classic, but it's one of those that's definitely up there with that. There's not enough plot armor, and there's a lot of consequence. I like that. That was a good one. I've actually had that happen to me too, audience. That's some. I think I used to get really bad migraines a lot. I still get them quite a bit, but not as bad. And I used to see things like that. I've also got horrible vision. Like, I take off my glasses and I'm blind. The world just ceases to be, except for the fact that everyone looks like they're in that blown away anime style to me. Everything is crazy blurry. Yeah, those type of migraines really suck, but the hallucination's at least good, right? The world is art while my mind melts, and then once it comes back, I'm just gonna get sick, pass out, and then hope things are better tomorrow. Ned, as far... Well, she's went away. First time Ned showed up was like, what? April?
Yeah, it's been a little bit now.
It was like March, February, April,
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah, exactly, Mercy. I think that's how I've always felt. That's how I feel about belief systems, you know, religion, politics, you know, whatever you want to believe. Anything that, but if someone helps someone get through their day, if it helps you get up in the morning, face your day, get through it, as long as you're not hurting anyone and it's true to you, then it is the truth, even if it's just to you. And in my opinion, if you're not hurting anyone, then you deserve to have it, and if it gets you through your day, then I'm not going to try to refute that, and I'm not going to take that enjoyment or, you know, strength from someone just because it might contrast my own beliefs, that kind of thing. Or if you enjoy something, even if it's not religion or that kind of thing, if you just enjoy something, as long as it's not hurting anybody, then, man, enjoy the heck out of it. Ooh, I like the way you made his eyes look, and the shading from the blue to the orange is really nice.
Thank you. It's a little bit bright, but I don't know. He's pretty dang bright in the picture, so I'm trying to figure that out.
Yeah, he's got a lot of orange going on his face.
Try and tone it down with some highlights that are pink.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell what color his eyes are in the picture because he practically has none.
Yeah, they're small.
You know, when you colored the scales, the magma color on the back, it even made me think more like Dracula stuff, because he's got, like, you know, Dracula's always depicted with this bright red inner color. The inside of his coat is always this red.
I wonder if this is a burn tool. Oh.
The neck turned out good, too.
Yeah, jelly's difficult. What's this do?
Oh, 5 months ago? Yeah, I was thinking it was like March or April. Oh, that looks nice.
Yeah, I think this is the burn tool.
Ooh, that green looks good on the neck. Yeah, that looks good. Roxas Mercy. He is a mix. He is a mix of Siamese and Tabby, as far as we know. So he gets the cross eyes from his Siamese side. But so when he was younger, he was like really, really white. We actually have a few pictures we should post. He was very white. And as he gets older, he's like just slowly turning into a straight tabby. Like it's like the tabby started at his butt, and the stripes and the gray are slowly creeping up his back. So he's still pretty white in the front, but it's like he's become half tabby in his rear. Yeah, I'm really liking the way the colors are turning out on this guy.
Well, you don't think his face is too bright? Maybe if I bring some blue back in.
I would bring some blue back in, but it still looks good. What I would do is, honestly, if you bring the blue in, like, anywhere there's a sharp corner, just go pretty heavy-handed on the blue in the sharp corners, and I think you'll be good. Yeah, when he was a little baby, he was definitely very white. I think, did I post, I thought in the Discord I posted a more recent picture of him. I put it somewhere. Let me check pet pics. Oh, yep, yeah, there he is. That's actually quite a recent picture of him in pet pics. You can see the tabby creeping up his back. That's one of his favorite blankets he's against, because he blends into it. So whenever he's feeling insecure, he'll go sit on that blanket, because he knows that he blends in. It's like his little camouflage spot. Alrighty, Ned. If you need to sleep, then feel free. Go on and get yourself some rest. Don't keep yourself up. I know I used to always go to school tore up from the floor up because I had a really, really bad sleep schedule. And that's not the thing you want to do. I don't think they're actually hiding from Robbie. They actually came up here to check him out earlier. Because it is odd for us to have a guest up in the game room.
They know me. They shouldn't be hiding from me.
It's just generally kind of warmer up here than it is downstairs. Oh.
Yeah, some of them like that and some of them don't.
Yeah, Milo was up here though, and Porsche is always up here, but she likes to hang out in spots that are nowhere near the camera.
She's sitting on my tablet case right here.
Oh, is she? Oh, well, we could get the camera over there. If she'll stick around. As soon as she sees it, she'll probably be like, no, boogieing. Uh-oh. Camera slack. Problem.
I just came back from a trip, so she's got backpacks behind her.
We'll see if she sticks around.
Bam.
Make her just a teensy bit bigger. There we go. Suddenly, cat. What if you were to use that same, instead of the orange being straight orange, what if you were to use the same kind of brush you did for his neck, but with that orange? Maybe like, not for the whole thing, but like brushed it over here and there, like at random.
Say again?
This one for his neck.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to use that brush, but use it on the orange that's on his face, and just go across.
The darker color?
Yeah.
That might look nice. Give it sort of a scaly look.
Yeah. Or you could even do it with the blue. Maybe that's the way you could reintroduce the blue to his face.
That isn't thought of. Let's give it a shot.
Yeah, Axel is getting really thick. I need to try and get him up here for one of the streams.
And he's definitely rivaling Milo.
I'm pretty sure he's bigger than Milo for sure.
The real reason why I come over here, just to see the kids.
Valid reason.
That does give him more of a draconic look.
Yeah, it tones down that orange a little bit too.
Yeah.
I'm still gonna add some more scales in the blue color, I think.
What is that one, like, maybe you could do some of the blue in like some of the circular pattern brushes?
Pattern.
You know, the ones that make circles? Yeah.
Scales?
Yeah.
I'll eat all the ham.
If Milo could, I don't know. I think Axel's taste for ham easily matches Milo's. Milo really loves his ham, but he can't eat as much of it as Axel. I've managed to feed Axel several whole pieces of ham. Milo can handle maybe one. Maybe we should do that kind of video sometime, just at random. We'll do one of those where we just put out a bunch of meat. There's no music or anything, it's just the camera's right up against the meat, and just have Axel and Milo come up and just eat it. That's just all the video is, just watching them eat. Make sure the audio is really, really clear and distinct. So it's like ASMR cat eating. You can hear all the sounds. I'm gonna see if I can find like some older Monster Hunter music.
Yeah, this stuff's definitely a little more exciting.
We will do that. Let's see here. Monster Hunter Tri had good music.
Yeah. Try had some of my favorite stuff.
Or maybe there's like a best of. Best Monster Hunter music? You go best Monster Hunter anything, it goes straight to gear. Best Monster Hunter Gunlance.
I think she got all the cats.
All the cats.
Yeah, Mercy.
Here we go. This is all battle themes.
Let's see. Stubby, Axel. Well, we don't see Moose a whole lot. She's shy. She does a lot of hiding.
Yeah, Porsche and Milo are the big ones that hang out with us. They're the ones that are always up here. The others come up, but I think they're going to come up more in the winter because it's cooler. Right now it's really friggin' hot, so they're just like, yeah, we're not going to be up there. Sorry, we don't do anything above 75.
I can't say I blame them.
And, but yeah, Milo and Porsche are up here all the time. Moose is probably our most traumatized of the rescues. She's really shy. She doesn't really like people at all. She had a really, really bad situation that we rescued her from, unfortunately.
She gets better all the time, though. She's way better than when we got her.
Yeah, she'll actually let people pet her and come up to her now. She used to hide from everything and everyone all the time. But she won't leave the downstairs. She stays in the kitchen or in one of the side rooms where she has a bed set up. She stays within those two rooms because that's her comfort zone. Let's see. Roxas is downstairs most of the time because it's cooler. He's a little flabby too. And there's lots of beds. There's a lot more beds downstairs than there are up here.
Yeah, and there's some like cat trees in the window and whatnot.
Yeah, we've got cat trees down there, a really big one in one of the windows that looks out at where the ducks are at. So they kind of get out, they like to stay on the cat tree so they can watch the world. They like to watch the ducks and the squirrels and everything in the backyard. That's usually where Stubby is too. And Axel generally stays down near the kitchen because he knows that if a human goes in the kitchen, if he goes and meows, he's going to get fed. So he never wants to miss an opportunity to get fed. So he's like, lives in the kitchen. Porsche here really likes her humans, so she stays up here with us all the time. She's like constantly here. We actually have to go down with her and walk like downstairs and take her with us to make sure that she eats. Because we try not to keep food up here because the fatter cats will come up and eat that in addition to everything else they get to eat downstairs.
Yeah, we gotta limit the food sources. We get a little excited.
But that's probably why Porsche has like the perfect cat figure.
Yeah, she's in pretty good shape. But she has to go all the way downstairs to eat. She doesn't do that very often.
Yeah, her body mass index is like on the ideal level for cat. She's the one that we got right. Because she stays up here with us and doesn't eat all day every day. Yeah, pretty much. If we go downstairs, Axel always comes into the kitchen and pretty much walks. He's like a shadow to us. But he knows exactly what the ham sounds like. Like when you go into the fridge, if he hears the wrapper for the ham, like because we just keep it in these, we keep it in like these deli bags, he knows exactly what it sounds like.
Oh no. Oh no.
Just enjoying some pets.
Yep, I gotta do a doodle. dirty now. She must clean everything.
Yeah, Portia's big on if you touch her at all, she has to clean that area. She loves to get petted. Don't get me wrong, she loves to be petted, but for some reason she feels the need to bathe herself no matter where you touch her. Gotta clean it off. I like when the humans touch me, but I can't take it. Gotta clean it. Push.
No! Poor. Oh, I ruined everything.
Aw.
Camera's sad.
There we go.
Real quick.
Hmm? You wanna shut it off? Or I can.
I got it. Let's hope this is the right one. Bam. Oh, bam.
Well, now that Portia has headed out, we can get this dragon colored.
I'm sorry, my hands are creepy.
Yeah, those were Sasha's hands, not my own. If you see fingernails, they're not mine.
Not that I've got much in the way of fingernails either. I mean, I don't bite them, but I just keep them short because I do manual labor and they get in the way.
Mercy probably means hands of destruction, though, because of the way you killed the camera that one time.
Oh.
There we go.
I've got like man-shaped hands. They're not very large, but they are in charge.
That's because whenever I get too ornery, Sasha knows. She'll manhandle me, throw me around, punch me, toss me off the balcony
No.
into the backyard.
Backyard.
Yeah, that monster's from Frontier. He's like a mix. He's got a lot of parts to him that look like Xenogres.
Did you come back? Who that?
She is back.
Michelle.
You know she's not going to stay away for long. She doesn't know what to do outside of this room. This room is her world. So, Mercy, are you still over in Japan right now? And how's work been going for you? Hope everything's been good with your traveling. His arm with that coloring, the way you had it, made it look like a teddy bear paw.
We got cute stubby feet.
Oh, so you're back home then. That's good to hear. Same old with us. last weekend we had a convention to go to, which was pretty fun. Everything went well there. Last week was pretty hectic. There was a lot of stuff going on. Like, we didn't have a day without that wasn't just packed with stuff. We haven't even had hardly any time to play anything or anything like that recently.
Yeah, busy.
So what's your strategy for the color on the arms?
I'm gonna go back over it with some black.
Oh,
Or
so
some
the
dark
the
purple.
the green bleeds through.
Just trying to not obliterate the other colors completely.
That other brush you use for the scales makes it look like marble. It's like a marble design.
This part reminds me of Chaos from Sonic.
Yeah, it has been a while, huh, Mercy? I just noticed that like the other day I was thinking about it, like, man, we started doing the art stream in March of 2018, so it's been almost a year and a half since we started doing it. Sash has a huge, well, a pretty respectable library going of her pictures that she's done for just the stream.
Yeah, I don't do too much outside of the stream. I should really do more, but the stream keeps me doing stuff.
I was thinking we should actually post all of the pictures up onto, like, Instagram. As, like, a museum? Not really a museum, no. Gallery of sorts. Yeah, that's the word. That's the ticket.
Yeah, it seems like Instagram's a decent place to do that.
Museum means your stuff would be quite old.
Hmm.
Or, no, not really. There's art museums for current stuff, but gallery's
Excuse
better.
me.
Bless you.
Thank you.
But yeah, time sure does fly, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy to think about.
It's hard to believe it's already been like 2 years since what was it? The Xenoblade Chronicles stream? Chatting with Ragnar. He was Ragnar was just about the only viewer we had. I think Mark actually dropped in way back then too. Oh, that Pidgey video? I'm surprised anyone watched that. That was like, so we were playing Pokemon Go at the time, and that was just like a random one-off thing. I just saw it out there, and I was like, Sash, gonna make a stupid video. One of them spontaneous things. Hey, Porsche, you want to lay down somewhere so we can get that camera on you? She says, nope, not yet. She's exploring. I think she heard something under her couch. Porsche thinks there's something under the couch. Like, she is convinced there's something worth hunting under the couch. She spends a great many hours every day staring at the bottom of the couch. She's been persistent about things like this in the past, though, and she has caught some lizards and stuff. Like last winter, we ended up rescuing a lizard from her, and we had to make a little house for it out of a jar that we had. Made a little lizard habitat and kept him safe until, because we found, like, she got him in what, October, December, November?
It was pretty cold out, so it must have been like December.
Yeah, we didn't want to put him out in the cold because it wouldn't have been any good for him. So fed him, kept him warm for like all the way up until like April or May, and then put him out on the front when it was nice and warm. Because we have a lot of lizards, a lot of geckos that like to live on our front porch. Well, glad you liked the video, Mercy. I'm surprised anyone watched it. Last I checked, that thing had like 7 views. We didn't know how to, when we did that video, we didn't know how to do thumbnails. We didn't know how to do tags, really. We did like nothing. We just uploaded stuff. We just like, yeah, just put it on. Hope it does well. Nothing did well back then. Reminds you of what? Oh, yeah. Man, that neck. So bright. Oh, what are you gonna do about the lights? We still haven't figured that out. Around
yellow dots.
Yeah, around the neck you can just do a whole bunch of yellow dots. I mean, you could even use that one, that dotty one brush. The dotty brush, and with orange. Yeah. But you don't have to bother with it now. I was just curious.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that last because I want to do it in like a really bright color and make sure it sits on top of everything else and doesn't get like muddy.
I gotcha. Makes sense. Most of these monsters are from Monster Hunter Frontier.
Oh, that one's cool looking.
He's a bird.
Birdie, 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 birdie.
Oh, his whiskers too. His whiskers will really make things stand out. So is Namielle just watching the cat fishing off of his head? Makes me think of that ecology video with the felines. I think it was for Daimyo, the Daimyo Hermitor, or maybe it was the Centaur. That was his Daimyo. The one where they show all the cats. They find like they find a Lao Shan Lung skull, and they're going and like trying to get rid of the horn, chop the horn off and everything. And all of a sudden it's actually the shell of a Daimyo Hermitor. and it
Oh,
actually
yeah, I
like
remember
comes
that.
up, starts moving, and it just walks away with all the felines attached to it. 100% Texan accent? What channel did you find this accent on?
Sounds like it might be that dude on Facebook that I watch. What's his name? I don't even know.
Oh, that dude with the really soft voice?
Yeah, really strong accent.
Yeah. He sounds like he's trying to mimic Luke Bryan. See, I kind of like this. Alrighty, Mercy. It's probably, I'm willing to bet that is the same guy that Sash watches. She likes to watch this dude with a heavy accent. He's like soft-spoken, like his voice is really, he's got a really light voice, but he has a heavy accent. He's pretty funny. I like him.
He cracks me up.
I was kind of curious what you were gonna do with the back leg. If you were gonna keep it like mostly shaded looking, like it's in the shadows, but the light's coming through, or
I'm gonna give it a little bit.
does that sound like a familiar one? There's one where he's at the beach with his girlfriend, lightning strikes, and he starts saying some random words. Sounds like a country accent.
I haven't seen that one, if it was him, but yeah, it doesn't sound familiar. Maybe it is a different dude.
I'll be honest, I like to watch videos, but I don't get around to too much entertainment style YouTube videos. I usually do, I get kind of hung up on like tutorials and how-tos, do-it-yourself kind of stuff. That's most of what I like to watch on YouTube. Like right now, we're trying to get into cosplay, so I've been watching a ton of them videos. Like one of my favorites right now is Punished Props and Camwe Cosplay. Those two have some of the best educational videos on the tube. Oh, their channel's called Random Ads. Random Ads. Does that one sound familiar to you?
On a body from a Jew. Oh, it looked like a muttered cheese.
Wow, the captions are pretty funny for that. See if we can hear it a little bit without messing up.
Sounds like he's British.
Yeah, that sounds quite British, actually. That's pretty hilarious. I wouldn't say that's Texan though. That's definitely up there with them British ones. He's one of them British boys. Kind of British, almost maybe like
Cockney?
yeah, like Cockney accent, that kind of accent. I couldn't remember the term because it's such a Cockney term. Yeah, Australian, like he's got a bit of down under in there.
That could be. They can sound pretty dang funny.
Oh, I like all the little dots on the arms.
Yeah, there won't be some orange ones too. Won't be that fun.
Should you go do all the yellow ones first, then go do all the orange?
Yeah, that was sort of the plan.
But you just deviated from the plan.
I sure did, because I want to know what it would look like.
Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. There might be. I mean, it seems like Texans like to move out to a lot of places. Like, let's see. Like, if you go and watch any of the bloggers that are in Japan, from America, a lot of them came from Texas. It seems like basically once you are in Texas, most people want to get out of Texas. So they just want to be like, hey, where can I move?
I kind of like it here.
I'm going to go over there. I'm going to go over there. And then they go there, and then I guess it spreads the accent out a bit. Kind of like seeds. A lot of bloggers, though. A lot of bloggers seem to be from Texas. You come to Texas and sleep with the cats. There are plenty of them here, and most of them like to sleep with people, so.
Yeah, they'd love it.
Because people are warm, and cats like their warm beds.
I feel so bad leaving town because Portia sleeps with me every night, and I wonder where is she asleep? Is she okay?
Yeah, those turned out good. I like the way they look.
Yay!
So you're going to do that to his back legs now?
Yeah.
And then around his neck, and then the wings.
It's too small. Not opaque enough.
He looks like such a fancy dragon. Like he's just sitting around like, I don't have to fight you guys. I'm just gonna sit here and watch everything. And I'm gonna let my cat fish off the top of my head.
You just chill like that.
Oh, I just noticed this is Seregios' music. I recognize this music. Oh, it's the Golden Bloody Acorn. No. Golden Chick. Yeah, he is kind of like a Leviathan. We just went with this design because, or it's pretty close to him. He's supposed to be like a Leviathan, but I mean, if you actually look at him, oh, he'll look a lot more like it once the whiskers are on. I keep forgetting the whiskers are gonna be there. I know, right, audience? Like, yeah, you guys, young punks, get off my lawn. Or my pond? Get off my pond. I think he's gonna be a really cool monster, though. I can't wait to see his gear. All the like colors, the bioluminescence is just like, I don't know. I really dig bioluminescence.
Yeah, he's a beautiful design.
The funny thing is, Mercy, is there are only like 2 reference pictures right now, and they don't even show all of his wings, so Sasha's kind of guessing on what his wings look like. So
Yeah, they don't even show the top.
since he's such a new monster and there doesn't seem to be much of any kind of... There's a little bit of fan art out there already, but they only just announced him, so it's a good time to do him because, you know, he's kind of left up to interpretation at this point.
Yeah, I could take a few liberties and not get in so much trouble.
And then the lights will down his neck.
Yeah, he's got some stringy ones. And he's got some like glowing going on here.
So I think with the whiskers, if you honestly just draw some nice lines, you could start off with a base color and then come back with a different color at certain points and just run over it with the same line with another color. Like if you do like an all long orange lash, do like several of those and then come back and at points fade the green into it over the others. Like just go straight over
So
the
if I just do a
orange
line
with it.
and then put dots through it, different colors to make it.
You don't even have to do dots. Well,
I got
I
a
guess
plan.
there's actually a little bit of blue and such in there too, but
Got a plan, Arthur. This needs to be involved.
just need you to have some faith. Got a plan.
Got a plan.
The stream where I draw and Sasha plays Animal Crossing.
That could be an interesting one.
Actually, we could do something with that. I mean, we could have like... That gives me an idea for a stream. What if we did like, you play something like Animal Crossing. And as you're going, give me like times. Like say I have 20 seconds to draw the next character you come across. So you come across like, I don't know, a squirrel character. So I have 20 seconds to spam this squirrel and mess him up, I guess. It would be messing him up. I'd say give me more like 45 seconds or something at least, but...
Yeah. Where's this strand coming from? Oh, they're in his wings. I forgot. Okay. So that's his wing in the background. So he's only got 4 coming out of his face. I see.
They're 4
Okay.
really long ones, but yeah. But they're coming straight off of his face, like off of his upper lip. So you might want to
No,
do some...
they coming off his chin.
Oh, I guess they are.
Yeah.
Want to make them orange right at the chin so you can see that connection?
That's a good idea.
Or maybe even a black, something that just draws that connection, because they kind of fade, they kind of blend in with his jelly neck. Maybe do a little bit up onto like little triangles, like make spikes that go up onto the chin.
And I'm gonna put dots in them.
No worries, Marcy. I'm glad at least... it seemed like the My Time at Porsche guide videos were actually pretty well received. I just made them because I really enjoyed the game at the time. I mean, I was really having a lot of fun with it, and I was like, this is an indie game. It's actually, like, really good. Like, it competes with even, you know, big-name games in this genre. So I felt they deserved some credit, and I had a lot of questions when I first started the game myself. And that's kind of how, like, we judge if we're going... That's how we figure out if we're going to do a video, like a guide. It's like, how do we do this? And whenever we get that, it's like, oh, we just had a question. We just were lost on this, so let's find the answer, figure out how to do it the fastest, most efficient way, and then make a guide video out of that. That way we can save someone else some time. That's pretty much how all of our guide videos come about. But yeah, I really liked My Time at Porsche, and I didn't think those were going to get any kind of views whatsoever. Since I really liked the game, I wanted to make the videos, and they actually did pretty well. A lot of people responded really well to them, and it turned out great. That looks nice. Yeah, stands out from the neck and everything. Looks good.
Okay.
Now you just gotta do it with the others. It adds a lot of contrast, a lot of depth to the area right around there. Keeps his colors from melting into each other and being a bland mix. He's got a lot of, like, color dynamic to him. Oh, it's the Golden Kushalas music. Oh yeah, don't worry, Mercy. She'll be doing some Animal Crossing videos. She's already done a little bit of brainstorming over what kind of videos she might be doing, so.
Yeah, I can't wait to see some more news and figure out, like, what would be a good way to do it. Just stream it, or...
There's always questions in Animal Crossing, like, I think a good strategy would be to think about questions you've had about previous Animal Crossings. I know they're kind of going off the beaten path with this one.
Yeah.
But there's still going to be the core gameplay elements that are going to be at least similar to previous titles. So I would actually go back and play an older one a little bit and see what kind of... Or try to remember what questions that you had for it. Or tricks, anything like that. Like, a lot of people in the older Animal Crossings don't realize that you can store items in your letters and put your letters into the letter inventory rather than your own inventory to make extra pocket space. Like, even little stuff like that
Yeah, that's a good one.
is really helpful. Oh, look, it's one of my not favorite monsters in Monster Hunter, the Crimson Fatalis. I never liked this dude. He was way too tall, and I could never figure out where his fireballs were coming from, because I was melee.
Oh, too close.
Yeah, I couldn't see his head, because it was way above me. But did that keep the fireballs from raining down on me? Nope.
Yeah, this is going to take us a tree.
Well, now that you're down there, that far, I wouldn't keep doing dots. I mean, it'll look really pretty. I would do stripes at that point. Like, just streak it. when you're zoomed in, it's so hard to tell what you're actually looking at anymore. Like, is this a whale? Is this a cityscape?
Yeah, that's why I tried to work so zoomed out. Makes it look more like something.
Arch-tempered Kieran? We could try to do that. You remember the subspecies mercy of Kieran? The Orochi Kieran? He was black and used ice to attack. He was my favorite. I love the way Orochi Kieran looks. Dot 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 dot.
And my wrist is gonna hate me.
You want me to do some of them? Give your wrist a rest?
Sure. That is more feeler. Those are supposed to be connected.
Because I was curious, like, what if you came in, what if you, let me get it more to where it'd actually be in the middle of the screen. Like, how would it look if you came in? What's the other color you're using? These here?
Mm-hmm. The two top ones. I'm just switching between the yellow and the orange.
So I have yellow, yellow. And then maybe go to this orange and do a gradient blend between. Like that. There we go, blends it a little better. Let's see how that looks. How about that?
That should work when it gets. Let me bring up my reference.
He's got some blue streaks in there too, right? You've got a lot of blue going on here, though.
Yeah, and I started out with blue, so it should still be blue underneath.
So like a green? Should I throw in a little green maybe?
I think I doodled a regular Kieran once, just with like or not pen and paper, pencil and paper. His mane is pretty fun though. And I like drawing horses. And if it ends up too fat in some areas, you can always take the eraser to it too.
Let's see how it looks. Eraser, what is it?
You just flip it over.
Oh, right.
And the harder you press, the bigger your eraser will get.
Uh-oh. Where am I? Man, I just have the hardest time getting used to this. Because the scroll... Whoa.
You can just hit the undo button, it does dumb stuff like that sometimes. Let's see.
It's like this random
there
spike
it
of
goes.
color.
Alright. He's got a cat sitting on his forehead, but I haven't colored him yet, so he's still in the shadows. But he's fishing. He's having a good time. Everybody's having a good time.
Why is it so sensitive? Like, I just want to move it a little bit, not a lot. Alrighty, so let's do this one.
Mercy says where I should color the cat.
I could color the cat.
Show me your pixels.
I like pixels. Oh, that's too big.
I wonder if it makes any difference that you're left-handed, that if it makes it any harder to use the tablet.
I doubt it's that. I think it's more of one of them intelligent quotient things.
I don't think so. Yep, he's left-handed. He's a lefty.
I blame it all on this right-handed tablet. Discrimination.
Oh, dang, really? Man, I know so many left-handed people. Mercy's a lefty, too.
Ho-ho. Solidarity. The left will take the world. The left-handed.
Will you draw with your right hand? How does that work? I can't do anything with my left hand. It's useless.
No. Okie dokie. Let's see how bad this is. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Maybe I should have just left it to you.
No, I think it looks good. I'm gonna add some sheen.
You're just saying that because you gotta live with me. Oh.
No.
So now you're more of an ambidextrous artist? Oh, well, hell 9 to you too, Ned. I guess you couldn't sleep.
Sometimes it be like that.
It does. Hell 9. You could just make that your new thing. It doesn't have to be hello. I mean, maybe every 100 years or so we should mix things up a little bit. Like instead of hello, hell 9. Maybe in 2080 we'll switch it up a little bit, make it a hell 4, hell 6. Or instead of hello, it could be hell 0.
I think that was the longest whisker.
Yeah, that whisker was pretty ridiculous. Oh, Cream Pop's having a fangirl session? Who's she watching? I wish I had more suggestions over fangirling anime you guys could watch, but I think I'm lacking in the fangirl department.
I have weird tastes. I don't know, man.
Sasha really likes happy anime, happy stories that
yeah.
turn out well. She likes good endings for her characters.
Yeah, I feel like there's too many things that go wrong in real life. So I just, when I'm consuming media, I want it to be happy, and I don't want to have to worry about people that I'm very attached to maybe suddenly dying.
The audience says that they keep taking glances back at your progress as they're working, and it keeps getting better and better. This is fantastic.
Thank you.
Oh, I meant to ask, audience. You mentioned that you work in game development, correct? What kind of game development stuff do you do? If you don't mind me asking.
That's so cool. Oh, I like this green color you've got. Let's throw some of that in there.
The green?
Yeah.
I like green. Green's my favorite color.
I like those there blues, but I like lots of green in my blue.
Who daddy, I like that there green. I like me some blues too. I also like jazz. And Luke Bryan. That's a lot of dots.
Yeah, they look different.
Oh no, I ruined all your progress.
That's cool. Just gotta talk to the pixels for a second.
I gotta go have a firmly worded conversation with your pixels. You wanna just add a bunch of dots over mine?
No, I think it'll still look alright because of the thickness.
Spitter spatter. Well, I think the upper what are they? Whiskers would be thicker anyway. Adorable demons are a really hot market these days, Ned. They really want more adorable demons in everything. It's a money-maker's market out there. Money-making demons. Oh wow, 7 years of college? You're in it to win it then, audience. That's impressive. My hat is off to you. Making mostly shooters because it's easy. It's probably the most popular platform, right, or the most popular genre right now as well, especially with Battle Royale like taking over the market. Have you had any talks with potential employers yet? Like, or have you done like any internship to fill out your portfolio? Well, sometimes you don't get along with what groups teach you. So I mean, if the first school wasn't meeting your needs as a student, then I mean, you probably made the right decision by dropping out of it. Oh yeah, Mercy. It's crazy. There's so much work that goes into game design. What's that one? That one dude he's basically been developing on his own. Last Soul Aside. That's the name of it. That game looks fantastic. The graphics, the combat he's put into it is amazing. But he's been working on that. He's been working on that for like years to get it to the point he's at. And I think the past 2 years he's actually been serious about it because people started really giving him a lot of feedback, but he also wasn't taking funding from people for it, and he was turning down a lot of like deals from developers for his work too. But I think he finally got around to actually making some deals. I need to follow up on what that guy's doing. That game looked amazing, but he put a lot of effort, a lot of passion, and a lot of time into it.
I feel like some of these companies are just like sucking the life out of people.
Yeah, with game development, that is, unfortunately, it seems to be a bad trend that's been going on. Kind of like the anime industry. They've been trying to crank, the developers have been trying to, not the developers, the publishers have been trying to crank out all the material they can, and it's been producing bad work situations for their employees. That's why they're trying to unionize, the developers, the designers and everything, because it's been getting so rough on them. Hopefully you don't have to deal with anything like that, audience. Oh, Milo's here, Mercy, and he's saying hello, and he's getting in his spot so you can watch him. Alright, one sec, let me get that camera. And there he is. Hey, Cream Pop, what's going on? You have arrived.
Hello. I love how sometimes when he gets up there and we don't get mad at him, he like sort of looks over his shoulder and apathetic.
Well, I hope everything goes pretty well, or I hope it goes great for you there, audience. I've heard EA is pretty rough to work for, but hopefully you get in on some of their good studios.
Yeah, maybe they've made enough mistakes that they'll get it together.
I hope so. Good old Devil Joe. Look at that, Milo's like, I'm gonna eat this pickle. I'm not afraid of you.
Why is nobody yelling at me?
Milo, what
this
you
is
doing?
Boring. Aw.
You see how much the camera shook when he hopped off? You can go. You want to say hello to everyone? Is that why you're up here? Just about to smash your face into the microphone?
It's not fun if nobody's yelling at me to get down. Nobody's looking at me.
Go on. You can get back up there, bud. He's like, I'm not getting all the crazy attention I normally get when I'm up there, so I'm just gonna leave it. Here, maybe I can get him on the camera. He's just down here. He's come down to need. Oh yeah, that does make a lot of sense, audience. Even if it's rough for a while, if you can get a big game, especially from a major publisher like EA under your belt, then that'll be enough on your reference table to get you pretty much wherever you like.
Yeah. A few years of torture to pretty much guarantee your future.
He's just, yeah, to the Devil Joe theme, he's just kneading away to the theme.
Man, these stupid whiskers. Whose idea was this?
Imagine programming all of those lights onto this dude.
Man, forget that.
Although I'm sure they just do like the texture. They probably get the texture for like a few inches of it, and then they just
Copy paste?
Yeah, copy paste, copy paste. Milo, you've come and just consumed the camera, buddy. Okay, he went over to his chair, so... One sec. If he comes back, we'll get the camera back on him. Yeah, I've heard artists can have it pretty rough in the game development industry, as far as design. So Nid and Cream, what are you guys talking about? Sebastian from Black Butler still? Or just anyone in general? Look at those fabulous whiskers. They're like bejeweled beauties.
It looks like he's got like strings of Christmas lights coming out of his face.
I like eyelashes. Well, I don't like my own because I actually have really long eyelashes, and it's unfortunate because I have glasses, and my eyelashes either do one of two really annoying things, sometimes both. They rub on the inside of my glasses and get grease on the inside, and then suddenly I can't see without it looking like a horrible dream.
I think they're nice.
And then the other thing is when they rub on my glasses, my giant eyelashes break off, and then like icy spears, they just go careening into the softness of my eyeballs, and it's awful. I'll just go to blink, and then suddenly I can't see. It hurts. Why? Long eyelashes are horrible. They're nice to look at, but not nice to have. I don't recommend it. Wow, that sand color in contrast to the blue is actually quite nice. It gives it almost a graffiti kind of look. I like it.
Hey. It's got a little bit of red. Oh.
Oh, you burnt it. That is what you did, right? I got the term right. Yes, yes.
I just added some brown with some,
Oh.
with the fuzzy thingy. Let's see, what color should we use for the water? Sort of like one of these grays in here. I forgot to put lights in his wings.
I was gonna say, you gotta do the lights on the wings too, though.
You're right.
Mercy says you got shading and glow on the neck, and probably, oh yeah, the glow on the neck.
Glow? Does it glow?
Yeah, I've told you, I've mentioned it a couple times actually. He's got these orange lines all the way down the sides of his neck, but you only got to do it on, that side, because the other side is out of sight. You want me to just run a bunch of dots on his neck?
Let me just, there's some water. Think about things. Hey, that's kind of fun. He's fishing in a bubble bath.
Yeah, you could do like cherry blossoms in the water.
That could be kind of nice. Oh, I got some dirt. We're
not quite dead yet. You can't fangirl anymore when you're dead?
Oops. Wait, no.
Man, this song is kind of lively, isn't it?
That's intense.
Your shoulder hurts. What'd you do to it, Ned? You alright? Or have you just been slumping too much? You gotta keep your posture good. Yeah, he is on kind of a tropical island. He's still on vacation until Iceborne comes out because he knows he's gonna have to go to the Arctic. So he's like, I'm just gonna chill out here, you know what I mean? Once September comes, I'm gonna be all off in that cold region. Man, I'm just gonna keep it nice and warm for now. Me and my cat. So let me see your line going down in the water there real quick. Could you give me like a light gray?
I could do something like, maybe this blue would be good. Real thin. Let's see. Talking about the fishing line, right?
No, the water. But the line looks good. I was just gonna do the water effects around the bobber. The bibber bobber.
Let me clean up my dirt. I've got dirt all over.
Yeah, clean up your dirt. Ain't it dirt though? I mean, this is supposed to be dirt. Aw, sorry to hear that you've been sick, Cream Pop. Man, this music is... This is like epic petting music. Like, you could pet a cat real fast to this. Or this is the music you play when you want to rub their belly, but you know that it's a death trap. You got to get in and out real quick. Got to get in there, pet the belly before they annihilate you. Oh, it's still on a line tool. Let's get it back to the brush.
Oh yeah, man, summer colds are the worst. I mean, when you get a fever and it's hot outside, ugh, bad combo. But yes. Sounds like a good use of the day. Look at that blobber. We'll make August 21st official fangirling day. Oh, the bobber? That's a good idea. You want to make the bobber into the sun? Now that you've spent so much time shading it? Or you could put, like, a reflection on it that is the sun.
I was thinking for the sun, we could, like, have him be like, since I've already got it on black.
Oh, when they, like, stop picking up anybody? Cat has stopped. Alrighty, hope to see you again, Cream Pop.
Alrighty, Cream Pop, have a good one. Hope you get some sleep.
The sun needs to be sad?
Oh God.
What have you done?
He looks frightened. I went to erase it, and apparently that is
You were
not...
on the wrong layer. Oh, my sand. Just hit the back button.
No.
What have you done?
The sad, sad sun.
I want to put them someplace, like, not real obvious, so only if you come to these streams do you know that the sun is there. The sun's a secret. Like, hide it in one of these little dots or something. Or make the bobber into it. Man, he still needs lights on his wings.
Yeah, I would say just get the lights on the wings.
Okay. I'm getting there.
What
Probably
about-
another 30 minutes.
Is his head like the only spot the orange was at?
Is it?
Oh yeah, it kind of is. He's really just orange on the head.
Oh, you're talking about when you were saying the lights on his neck.
They go
that-
along the jello.
He looks like he's just covered in, like, strips of LEDs.
Yeah, he does. That's why he's already getting the reputation of being the rave dragon.
Apt.
He's a
name.
Raviathan. He's not a Leviathan, he's a Raviathan.
Okay, so he's got, like, swirly dots.
The sun is scared now because he hasn't seen any hot chicks lately. It's just been monsters.
Oh, yep, that's why the sun has abandoned us.
Alrighty, Ned. If you get some sleep, then we're cool. I mean, just want to make sure you get some rest and you're not up too late watching us. Feel free to sleep.
Yep, absolutely. Sleep is important.
The sun
Not
glow.
really bright enough.
The sun shines brighter when there's lots of hot chicks around.
That's why he's pretty, son. It's more orange.
It's a bulldog.
Ooh.
Yeah, it sounds like it would be tiring, Ned. I can't say that I've fangirled too much recently.
No?
Recently.
Recently. Maybe the other side won't be very visible.
Yeah, the other side wouldn't be very visible at all.
I'll just give it an aura. Like, it's there, you just can't see it.
And then you need the wings. It's pretty glowy toward the end, but not so much toward the tops. Like it's like the LED strips go into under his skin. They only emerge at certain parts of the wings.
Let's see.
Oh man, audience, I really want to play Subnautica Below Zero. I need to figure out how to get it to work with Vorpex though, because I played the first game. I love Subnautica, the first one. I just played it all entirely with VR though. So since the developers aren't supporting VR this time around themselves, you know, I gotta figure out how to get Vorpex to work on it. But I haven't played Below Zero yet because of that. I can't stand to play it in pancake mode now that I've tasted the VR. The Chameleos cat? I mean, since Chameleos colors would actually work, since there's an orange head that he's sitting on. Oh, you're calling him Chameleos though because he's actually invisible right now. That's why. Sorry, I'm a little slow this late at night. You know, more slow than usual. I'm pretty slow all the time. But I don't know. Maybe I'll make him maybe a yellow cat. A yellow cat on that orange head would kind of look like a crown? Probably yellow, maybe a brown. Maybe a brown with yellow stripes? Kind of like the idea of that. So, it's actually funny. I play a lot of VR, audience, like a lot. Any game I can get my hands on, like No Man's Sky, Beyond, I've been one of the few that have loved No Man's Sky since the beginning, but now that it has VR, I'm like ecstatic for it. Any chance I can play VR anything, I'm on it. And I'm really good with VR as far as like not getting sick, but I will admit I did have to get through a few rough nights with Subnautica. It's the only game that's actually got me feeling nauseous. I think it's because of the movement, because instead of, just going forward, back, left, right on one plane, it was being able to move throughout the whole fourth dimension, it was like flying. I did have to get used to that. It took me, the first night, I could play for about an hour before it really started getting to me, but I forced myself to keep playing it regardless. I had a trash can next to me that I thankfully didn't have to use, but I did keep it near me, and that's never happened with anything but Subnautica. But after about 3 or 4 days, it went away, and then after that, it was nothing but fun. Like, fun and terror. Like, Mercy, you said it's supposed to be a horror game? I'm really huge on horror games. I love horror games, movies, like I said earlier. My scariest experience with a game was probably Fatal Frame 2 until Subnautica. Subnautica actually got... It's a game that'll get your heart pumping. Like, your adrenaline will be, like, going crazy, because you're basically underwater. You're all underwater, and it's not so much the scary of, like... Yeah, it's like what audience said. It's the fact that you're there, like, in VR, and Subnautica, I guess, normally is like you're being hunted, because you have very few ways to defend yourself at first, especially in Subnautica. Very little. There are leviathans that move around the ocean in places where you have to go to get blueprints. And these leviathans are basically one-hit kills. If they find you, you're basically dead unless you get lucky and you can get into a cave or something nearby to get away from them. So, but in VR, I would have my headset on, and I would have my VR headset as well as my my headphones, which are the type that go all the way around your ear, so you get like 8.1 surround. Never in my whole gaming career life have I had an experience like I did in Subnautica. I will never forget it. I had just gotten the you can get a suit like a mech, the prawn suit, and that's about your best way of fighting the leviathans. Pretty much about your only way. There's another way you can use a freeze gun and cut them up, but it's kind of like a mech suit that you can get in. It's an equalizer between you and the leviathans. But it takes damage, and it takes a while to kill the leviathans regardless. It doesn't make easy work of them at all. You have to get out repeatedly, fix the thing. You have to make sure your batteries are good so you don't run out of power. And I remember I was fighting with this leviathan. When I first started the fight, it was daytime, so you could see in the water really well. Well, the fight went on for almost 20 minutes, and in game time, that took us deep into the middle of the night. And the leviathans, this was a typical regular leviathan. The way they get you is they'll grab your suit with their front mandibles, and they basically run off with you. And they could drag you for hundreds of meters through the water. So, I was fighting this thing, punching it with my suit. It was taking forever, and he kept dragging me further out into the ocean, away from my Cyclops, my sub, and everything. And we ended up in this area where there was nothing but really deep kelp all around me. And I remember it was pitch black. There was like, it was on like the end of a cliff. There was nothing but steep drops all around. It was really, really dark. And all I could hear, I couldn't see more than maybe 5 feet past me. And I'm just standing there with my prawn suit waiting for it, and all I can hear, I can't see him at all, but I can hear him swimming everywhere in the darkness around me, and roaring, just making all this noise around me. And I have to get out of my prawn suit and fix it, because it's about to get destroyed. So I remember just having to get out of the suit, like sitting here, like just waiting for him to come and attack me. Had to get out of the suit, repair it really quick, and the whole time I'm outside of my suit fixing it, because you have to use a tool to fix it, I can just hear him roaring all around me and swimming everywhere. And it's just like making me so paranoid, because if he gets me while I'm outside of my suit, it's a one-hit kill. And I remember that, like, I eventually beat him, but that was like the craziest experience I've had in gaming, and it was scary as hell. Oh man, Mercy, if it bothers you, I've actually been thinking about, once I get Vorpix working and VR working with Subnautica, the new one, Below Zero, I've been thinking about streaming it. I can't really stream anything in VR for right now because it gets hot in here because of Texas heat, but once the winter comes and it's more, hey, look who it is, it's Pervisan. Are you just going to do a few Pervisans or just one?
I think I'll just do one, because from far away you can tell like there's something wrong with that dot, but
you gotta be in the know to know that Pervisan is hidden right there.
And Pervisan is now...
The colors turned out great though. I really like the way he looks.
Yay!
Looks really nice. That cat looks pretty confident.
You ready to color this cat?
Oh yeah, I got kind of lost in my Subnautica story. But yeah, if you ever have a chance, audience, to play, and I loved a lot of the music in Subnautica. I was surprised when I played the game. I was like, man, this soundtrack this is really thumping. I like this music.
It slaps.
It added a lot of depth to the game too, because like you have a lot of music when you're close to your base, and the further you get away from your base and you go out into the ocean and the unknown, the less music you hear, to where it's at a point where it's like there's no music left. It's just you and all the creatures around you. So
All right.
honestly, the scariest monster in the game to me, from like a looks viewpoint, would have to be, there's these like octopus things. I can't remember what they're called. They
The
look.
ones that like kind of warped around.
No, those are really nasty too. But there's the other ones. They're actually, it looks like a clear
creep me out.
octopus. Like you can see through its skin is completely translucent, so you can see its skeleton, and it has like a single eye in the center. It actually looks a lot like a Metroid. I think that's. I was like pretty scared of Metroids when I was a kid. So seeing these things in VR, they're like 20 to maybe like
VR
15
makes it so
times
much
your
worse.
size. Yeah, VR makes everything way worse. But yeah, those. Think of like a giant Metroid. The scariest to fight, though, by far for me, were just the original Leviathans. Yeah, the crab squid. Those dudes were creepy to me. I didn't like them. But as far as like scariest to fight, because in the beginning of the game you actually will come across some of the regular Leviathans. They're the ones who look like they kind of look like a Marvel supervillain in the face, strapped to a snake's body, is kind of what they are. But that's the one. Those I always feared more than the others, because in the beginning they are bullies. Like you will run into them and there's nothing you can do about them. You just have to try and avoid them and hope they don't notice you, because they're gonna see you and they're gonna kill you. So they're like, it's almost like this, like with the Tyrant in Resident Evil 2, or the Nemesis in Resident Evil 3, you know, Mr. X. It's kind of like that kind of relationship. Like they're there and they're gonna harass you, but you can't really do all that much about it. And then that's what I was fighting with that story I told you guys earlier. So between those things, I'd have to say that, yeah, that's the scariest monster in the game to me. That's actually what they kind of rely on, Mercy, is like you can tell when there's a Leviathan nearby. Like even when you're nowhere near being discovered by them, you can hear them in the distance. The sound in Subnautica was so well done. Like, man, if you have a really good headset, Subnautica sound is crazy good. I want more of like a... Let's go with that.
Oh, it's really small because I was doing the sun. If you want to make it any bigger. Oh, and the opacity. Never mind. It's 100. You're good. Yeah, that's what creeped me out when I was watching him play. I did not like those.
Which
'Cause
ones?
the ones that warp around.
Oh, yeah, they're pretty scary because they can take you out of, because after a while you're in the suit, the prawn suit, and your Cyclops and everything, they can't pull you out of your Cyclops anymore after some updates. But in the beginning, when it was in early access, they could pull you out of anything, even your submarine. So they could pretty much take you out of any, like, you'd finally feel safe with your vehicles and, you know, feel like you're getting somewhere. And
When I originally drew that, I meant it to be a reel, but it kind of looks like his other paw, so I think it looks better that way.
okay,
If you want to color that same thing too.
we can do that. But you really start to feel like, because the beginning of Subnautica is really slow because you're really at the bottom of the food chain, and there's not much you can do about it. Not much in the way of weapons, anything like that. But as you grow, you know, you finally start getting some vehicles, start feeling a little confident, and then those dudes come along and pluck you right out of your equipment, and it's like all of a sudden you don't have this safety net you thought you had. I was really happy when I got rid of the virus and I could finally move around without them bothering me. Okay, so let's see. What do we want to do? Do we want maybe a horn? Let's see. Let's nah, let's go more cream, white. Try that.
We'll see a tabby. The Grimalkin? Sort of does look a little like one.
Yeah, I guess I did kind of just bounce onto the Grimalkin look without thinking about it. Okay, so how do I get rid of these lines?
Which ones?
The horn coming through underneath of his leg and such.
I think it's on layer 6.
So just erase.
Yeah, I'm picking up both of them. I'm trying to see around him while he's drawing. We should put these cat heads on more stuff. Because unless you actually watch one of our videos, they're really not on anything else that we do.
Well, for like unboxings and stuff like that, it's hard to do.
Right. I just mean like in thumbnails or more channel representation type of stuff.
Oh yeah, we could. So let's go a little black, give him some highlights. And a little bit of depth.
Not sure what else I could do without jacking up the flower. I spent a long time on that thing.
That's way too thick. The flower?
Yeah, on the forehead.
Mm. Those cats have thumbs.
Yeah, why not?
Oh, he needs color in his eyes. I should get off this layer though, I think.
Oh, you want layer 9?
Let's go with, see what green looks like. Don't know if I'm digging the green. Oh. I think I'll do a little gradient blend in his eye. Oh
There's
no.
a question for you.
Hmm? Oh, sorry. Short story was using pop art comic book type.
Like writing in sound effects.
Yeah, I mean, if you're replacing it with action, or if you're substituting it for action, that should be fine. Oh, it's been so long since I actually did a case study on any of these. I don't think there would be a problem with it. It shouldn't. They would have to be. Whoever's looking at it would have to be really, like. I don't think there's any problems they could have with it, though. I'm trying to think if there's any way. Because yeah, you don't want your profile to be. You don't want to have any mistakes in your writing profile for sure. I can't think of anything that would be wrong with that exactly. You should be able to. So these are for like screenplay. You say writing a short story. Yeah, I mean, I think I've actually seen that in some works before. I've actually seen it in, what was it? Lost Odyssey did something that was really similar to that. The best way to double check for sure, I mean, would be to see if you could find an example. Like an actual, like, seated certified example out there that's really similar to what you're thinking of doing. Trying to think. That really sounds a lot like something that Lost Odyssey did, though. Gray. I like this gray right here. If I can grab it. Oh, I can't grab it. Mm-hmm. Is it? Is it? No. I'm just looking for like a decent gray. Yeah. I really shouldn't color this close in pixels. It's gonna look awful when I look back.
I don't think you can really go wrong zooming in too far.
I'm really stretching this coloring session out further than I should. There we go. I think he looks sufficiently bizarre now. Yeah, The Lost Odyssey was an RPG that was on Xbox 360. It was actually a bit of a writing marvel, in my opinion. So, the gist of it was basically you're this immortal who has amnesia, and he has to basically your whole function throughout the game is you're going along, coming across. You're trying to figure out who you are, and he comes across various memories. But the way the memories are, the way the immortals, they find scriptures, and these, like, they're basically they come in the form of haikus. They come in the form of short stories, poems, traditional poetry, all sorts of things, and they speak on, like, his memories. It's a story that's told sometimes from a perspective of first-person perspective, sometimes told from third person. Like I said, sometimes a poem or a haiku, and they use a lot of, like, visual popping language that comes up on while you're reading it. Like, it'll talk about they pass through this, as they were passing through a tundra, whenever there'd be something that was, like, to put emphasis on the fact that they were freezing. Like, the word freezing would actually come up off of it would have a graphic. Like, they'd actually have a graphic around just the word freezing to convey that emotion. Things similar to that, like the words would actually pop up from the background and turn into ice, and like there'd be, like, crackling sounds and stuff to accompany it, or the sound of wind, something like that. Or if it was saying that it was raining, like, any word discussing, like, parts of the scripture that would talk about the storm, the words would actually, like, look like they got wet and start to smear a little. Not so much you couldn't read it, but it would convey that, like this, it was wet and there was quite a storm. It was actually really fascinating, the way they did that game. It's, in my opinion, The Lost Odyssey is, like, one of gaming's true artistic masterpieces. Speaking of artistic masterpieces, how's it look?
I think it's about do you mind if I shade the cat a little bit to make it?
No, go ahead.
Blend? Will it blend?
Because he does kind of stand out. Yeah, it's really cool. You could probably find all of those kind of scriptures and stuff on, like, YouTube. Because basically each part, like, your character is an immortal. Like I said, he's lived many lives. There's I wouldn't want to go into a spoiler, but this is something they actually tell you from the beginning. The whole point of the game is finding out like why he's going from life to life, like why he's lost his memories several times, because it's not just one lifetime he's forgotten, it's many. He's actually lived many lives over the course of thousands of years. And yeah, it's really cool. If you look up any of the, like on YouTube, I guess you'd have to look up like Lost Odyssey, like either memories or literature, or I can't remember. They were called a specific thing. I can't remember what they were called. But yeah, they were really, really well done. It would just pull you into what you were reading. It was really cool how they did it. See, I always forget about shading. Like proper shading like that. I always want to like do my shading as far as like, I don't know, like traditional shading. You know, just draw some lines here and there to make it look darker. I'm still getting used to these newfangled tablets. Digital art is still a bit out of my brain range. He almost looks like he's a part of a watercolor storybook just sitting there. Like now that you've added the shading and finished him out, it looks like some kind of a storybook.
I'm jelly. I want to fish off a dragon. This cat's got it good. This cat's off.
Yeah, I'm the same, audience. I like to, man, charcoal and chalk is like some of the best and most satisfying stuff to work with. And wet inks. Oh, you get...
And what?
Wet inks, like if you get, like, you know, you've got an inkwell, and like if you can somehow get a glass quill pen, oh, it's like the most satisfying thing ever. It's to dip your quill pen into the ink, and just that first stroke is like inspiration in itself. Oh, sorry, adding the gray probably made it a little bit harder to shade.
No, that's fine. I don't think it made any difference. I'm just taking his base color and running over it with a slightly lighter version of it.
How do you, like, pick up a color?
There's a little dropper tool. Looks like a...
Oh, that's how you do it. Okay.
Dude, and you just grab, and it'll grab whatever pixel you click on.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. I wish I would have looked at that.
It's a handy little tool. The more you do it, the more you remember all these things that you can do.
I need to spend more time, like, actually watching what you're doing and learning, rather than, like, I pretty much spend all my time just hawking over the chat, even when no one's saying anything. If it's quiet, I need to actually, like, look and watch and learn.
It's pretty fun.
Looks really good. Your lighting on everything came out really nice.
Thank you.
Well, Namielle, you get to hang out on this little imaginary fictional island we made for you until we get to kill you in September.
Is this what you actually look like, guy? I have no idea.
Yeah, we don't know if that's what the top of his wings actually look like. There could be like They could actually look like jellyfish up there for all we know.
Yeah. No clue. That's whatever.
But for now, he's good, Jim. I like it.
Well, goodbye. It's time for bed anyway.
Yeah, this has actually gone on a little longer than most of our streams.
Yeah, and I gotta get up a little bit earlier than usual tomorrow.
Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and call this one done then.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it was nice talking to you, audience.
Yeah, thanks for dropping by tonight, audience. Good to have you. You're the kind of viewer we like to have around.
Yeah, I feel like our streams would be pretty good if you are, like, wanting something to listen to before you go to bed. Maybe.
Maybe one day we'll do a stream where we just have nothing but us. It's just the cat, and we're just gonna read bedtime stories.
Bedtime gaming stories. Once upon a time in Subnautica.
Alrighty, thanks for dropping by, you guys. And audience, again, glad to have you around. Hope you drop by. We do this every week, Wednesdays now, 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you feel like dropping by and just chatting, hanging out with us, be glad to have you. And Mercy, it's so good to see you. We are glad that you are here. Glad to have you back. We kind of missed you for the past few, weeks, whatever, when you were busy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's been to every stream, the last couple ones, though, I think.
Yeah. Good to have you back. And guys, we love you guys. And for anyone who is watching this after the fact, or stayed this late with us, we love you guys too. And around here, likes and subs, completely up to you guys. What we do ask for around here, though, is you consider, if it's within your means, consider adopting or rescuing an animal. ASPCA.org, petfinder.com. You can also Google local animal rescue adoption options near you. If you can't bring one home due to allergies, living conditions, there's plenty of ways. Oh, Jack Universe, if you're around, and thank you. Hey, one of our other non-screen eating things happened.
We keep forgetting to fix that after the scream, so after
The stream.
The scream.
It's late.
Because I worry about it, like, I don't know, giving somebody a heart attack or something. It's scary.
But if it's within your means, consider adopting or rescuing. If you can't bring an animal home due to allergies, living conditions, what have you, there's other ways you can help out all those animals in need. What are some of those?
You can also go volunteer and still spend time with the guys, or you can donate money, old blankets, clothes. They can use all that kind of stuff.
Yep, so if you've got love to give, there's plenty of ways to show that love, plenty of ways to give that love, and there's plenty of animals out there who could use it. So, speaking of love, we love you guys, and remember, buy your fun, not your fam. Adopt, don't shop, and we will see you next time. Love you guys. Bye-bye.
Nighty-night.